Alright, we are live. Let's see, we might need to make some adjustments here. Let's get the camera a little bigger. We got our baby girl with us today. And we also need to adjust the frame a little bit. Rotate it this way. So go back and talk to you guys. Oh, she's not happy with me. There we go. Doing. So it was a rough night a little bit. Hard to sleep. A lot to deal with, a lot to process. A lot of hateful messages being spread all online. Yeah, just horrible. They still haven't caught the shooter, from what I understand. A lot of worries in general for being somebody that mostly agreed with Charlie and has been a little bit more outspoken lately, and now I feel like I need to be even more outspoken. Thanks. Thank you. More outspoken about things that are bad and evil in this world, and there's a lot of it. So, a lot of good videos going around, but there's been a lot of hate that I've seen online too, in general. I wanted to check this one out.
Take a look at your screen
because they're searching. Here's a person of interest
that the FBI Salt Lake City just released. They say, we're asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. So the FBI just releasing moments ago photos of who they're calling a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murder. You can see both of those different angles of this person of interest right here. We were hearing initially that the person of interest they were looking for was wearing all black, and now we can see from these photos this person of interest wearing a black hat, a baseball cap, with their eyes shielded with dark sunglasses and dark attire right here. So they're asking for the public's help in identifying this person of interest. They're asking anyone to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. This as they continue.
I just don't understand why the doors to the roof, if they were locked, if they weren't locked, that we don't have that info. I haven't seen any information on that at all. But simple security measures is that, as keeping those doors closed to public would have prevented this, honestly. Made it at least harder for the person to get on the roof and make the shot. Especially when you have such a high profile figure coming. I mean, Charlie was a legend when it came to debating people and having civil disagreements with people. Not that he ever hated anybody, and I'm detested at how much hate towards this man there was because he disagreed with their views on something that is a lie, that they've trained themselves to think is true. And there's a sickness, and honestly, we need to have a crusade on this sickness, in my opinion, and counter it at every corner. It can't be accepted or tolerated anymore. There's zero toleration for it, in my opinion. I have zero toleration. I have a lot of anger about what happened. I mean, speaking yesterday, it was as impactful as what we're remembering today, 9/11. 24 years ago when the Twin Towers were attacked. I remember being at home or coming home because the school didn't tell us as kids. I was in like 5th grade or 6th grade. I think it was in 5th grade. and coming home and having my mom tell me, "Hey, the world, we were attacked. The World Trade Centers were bombed. Planes were flown into them and killed thousands and thousands of people." And you could see people jumping out of the windows of the World Trade Centers trying to live, even though the chance was very, very small. And you just saw how horrid some people in this world were, that they would perform such an action as flying a plane into buildings to get their point across. I always thought war should be solved as a chess match, but I kind of understand now as I've grown older and older that you can't solve problems that way. That there's not enough skin in the game if you're just playing a chess match to contest territory or whatever. Uh, People lose the value of life, especially in war. And that's what it feels like. It feels like we are at war against an evil that wants to just destroy us and destroy what, especially as Christians, our beliefs and our foundations. They're trying to pull it out from underneath of us and trying to snicker and sneer at every comment and every word that we say and make it into a lie when it's not. It's the truth.
Continue their search for the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk yesterday as he was speaking at Utah Valley University. And we continue to get more information. This just in, though, as the FBI has released these two photos, and it does appear that these are surveillance photos of a person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murder. I also wanted to share this. This is just an additional post that they were sharing via the social media platform X, saying, "We are asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University." Now, earlier, we were also hearing additional information from Fox News indicating that sources are telling Fox News messages were found written on the gun and ammunition used in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We were hearing from the FBI earlier this morning with additional information as they had retrieved and found a high-powered bolt action rifle, they say, was connected with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This is from the campus of the university right here. This is the scene where all of this unfolded yesterday. So new information today coming from the FBI is that a rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory right now analyzing that weapon. Investigators also collecting footwear impressions, a palm print, and forearm imprint.
This all started with speech, and words have a very powerful take in our world. See my mom in chat. Hi, mom. But it's the rhetoric of some people that are supposed to be loving and all accepting. Um, Check this video out. Yeah, all 11 of them were martyrs, and one was exiled. Judas committed suicide. Thomas was stabbed to death. James was stoned and clubbed to death. Simon, I think, was the zealot. Simon was sawn in half in Persia. Philip was killed in Asia Minor, right? Methasus was martyred. Paul was beheaded in Rome. It was Peter that was crucified upside down? Yeah, Peter was crucified upside down. James was killed by the sword. King Herod killed him. John the Revelator. He was the one that was stranded, yeah. He was exiled. Peter, Andrew. Seems like Turkey's got some issues, huh? Killed a lot of the apostles. Philip. Put to death by a Roman. Proconsul. Bartholomew. One of them was boiled, weren't they? While he was sure how he met his end, tradition said that he was martyred for his faith. In some places, listed as Nathaniel, which could have been a family name. Modern day Iran, and then down to Ethiopia. Preaching the gospel along the way, while some accounts do not include how he died, others say he stabbed to death in Africa. Like Bartholomew, Matthew was known by more than one name, Levi. This other name is easier to pin down as probably a family or traditional. Thomas gets a bad rap. Iraq, eventually ending up in India, where the Marthama Christian tradition considers him to be their founder. Thomas died by stabbing at the hand of 4 soldiers. James, believed to preach in the regions of North Israel, and non-Christian historical account says that he was stoned and clubbed to death. And yeah, we will always be martyred, especially for those that don't think what we believe is real and hate what we have to say, even though what we have to say is good news. But the good news is also that he is with Jesus, because we can firmly attest to his faith, because he confirmed Jesus through his message and through his disputes with people. I want to see what Westhoff has to say. I love Westhoff.
It's going to be a long video. I don't think that it's going to be an overly in-depth video. I didn't anticipate or plan on recording something today, but I just felt like it would be remiss if I didn't hop on and just say something. Considering what's transpired in the last 24 hours with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and just the weight that I think should be felt with this particular situation, there's multiple levels of tragedy to what's going on. Young men should not be killed. Young men should not be gunned down in public, especially for opinions that they hold. You shouldn't be killed for your opinion. There's no matter what side of the political aisle you fall on. And I'm a Canadian. I really don't have a dog in the fight of American politics. I'm a conservative. I'm a conservative politically and theologically and religiously, but I am a Canadian, and the context here in Canada is different than it is south of the border. But what goes on in the United States undoubtedly affects what happens here in my nation. And Charlie was young. He was 31 years old. He wasn't much younger than I am. He had a young family. His children are around the same ages as some of my children. I can't imagine what it's like for a wife to tell her 1-year-old and 3-year-old that their dad is gone. I mean, I just can't. I can't put myself in that headspace because it just
Mm-hmm.
leads me down like a thought process that I don't think is healthy. But listen, I'm a public speaker. I put myself in very public situations. I've been in rooms of thousands of people, and it is not outside of my mind's eye in thinking that, there's a possibility, even however small, of something just going terrible. And I think everyone who has a public profile has their mind has gone there and thinking, what could be the worst possible scenario, and what happened yesterday was the worst possible scenario. I had actually
There were security
I had
failures,
communication
though.
with Charlie Kirk in the spring. He'd reached out, and Turning Point USA and Turning Point Faith had reached out to me about potentially collaborating, and Charlie personally had communicated with me just prior to me going on. I went on a 2-month paternity leave after my son was born, and we were planning on touching base uh, in the fall about potentially doing something. Whether that was something that we we both kind of wanted to do. And I don't love talking about politics, but Charlie was a Christian. I have no doubt about that. I mean, some of the clips that have been floating around, I think have communicated that,
Agree
very
that he was a
recently.
disciple. Yep, and it makes the rest of the believers stronger and have a foundation to stand on even more. But the terms of his death were not. I'm trouble with the security of the area. There were major security failures, obviously, and they knew that he was a high risk target. But he left behind a 16-month-old, I think it was, and a 3-year-old, and his wife. Like, that person stole their dad. And that's hard to swallow. Even with him meeting Jesus sooner than he probably should have, it is despicable and evil. And there is a spiritual war going on, and it has been going on. It just has been continued to be escalated over the past couple of years. And people are falling further and further into their own darkness because they're getting into themselves and not into God. And when you look inward and look at yourself, you are dirty, you are evil, you think nothing but evil thoughts. Not nothing, but you are selfish, you lose care and humanity, and you become, in my opinion, less human. And honestly, when they find this guy, I think he deserves the death penalty. Does he get a chance to repent for what he does? Yeah, sure, but I think he should still be held to justice. And then in his choice that he made, in life and in death, he will receive what is due to him. Or she, whoever it is. We don't even know. And for all we know, we might never find out who honestly killed him. But I think also with that, we need to have more public execution styles. I don't think they should be as merciful as they are now. I think we have a justice system. I think there are laws put in place, and there are laws that God has written for us to follow. And there were traditions that were also given for the consequences of taking another person's life. And I think those consequences need to be met. As long as we go through, especially the trial process, and he gets proper representation, yada yada yada, when this person's caught. But I think his execution needs to be public. Honestly, I would not care if he was hung out in front of the White House where he should be hung. I think the more public you make it, the so you can see that death is not cool, it's not fun, it's reproachable for taking a human life. It is degrading to be a murderer, and there are consequences for being a murderer. Not that you just get life in jail and you get this cushy 3 meals a day, get to go outside and play and not have to worry about anything. Put him to work or put him to death.
Charlie was asked if he could speak to someone with 30 seconds left to live, dying from a gunshot wound. What would he tell them? And Charlie's answer was that if if you are bleeding out and you're going to die, you have 10 seconds left, you're about to meet eternal judgment. And so there's only one way to face that. And it's not the good that you did, it's not your moral scorecard, but it's whether or not you have Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Mm-hmm.
And in another interview, he was asked how he wanted to be remembered, and Kirk said that he wanted to be remembered for the courage of his faith.
Yeah,
I've no doubt that
and he is.
Charlie was a Christian, and I actually looked forward to talking to him about some of those things, um, talking about how his faith impacted the
His
motivations that he
motivations.
had, whether that was for the defense of the unborn or whatever that materialized as. And so I also, don't hear me wrong here. Um, I don't want to exaggerate the relationship. I wasn't personal friends with Charlie Kirk. We'd had email communication back and forth, and he'd expressed after the Rogan podcast that he appreciated what I was doing and how I was communicating the defense of the Christian worldview.
Mm,
And it feels very strange that I was going back and forth with him only a few months ago and he's gone. Now, he's not gone in the sense that he's more alive than he ever was, but
mm,
that doesn't change the tragedy of a father whose children are left without him, a wife who is now a widow, and the senseless violence that took place that just we know deep down ought not to happen.
mm-hmm,
We know that this world, this beautiful yet broken world, that's a phrase I use often, but it's because I think it's true. There's so much joy and happiness and grace and beauty in the world that we live in. And yet there's so much brokenness and so much injustice and so much chaos and turmoil. And, we worship a God who understands that, who's not far from that, in that we have a God who expresses his identity. In Exodus 34:6, God is a God of steadfast love and mercy and compassion. And I've said a number of times in different talks that I've given that that English word compassion comes from two Latin words, con meaning with and passion meaning suffering. Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity who stepped out of eternity and into humanity, understands our depravity because he took on the evil and the suffering and the brokenness on his own back. And he died for that. And so he now, as the risen God man, understands what brokenness truly is in a way that I think is completely unique amongst religious worldviews. I don't think that there's another religion, another worldview, another perspective out there that can truly say that the God or the eternal being or whatever understands personally hurt and betrayal and suffering and death. That's unique to the Christian worldview. And when we see something like this, when we look at the brokenness in the world um, and the senselessness, it should break our heart.
Yeah,
I think
it
it hits
does.
home a little closer with someone like Charlie Kirk because he was so public, because and what took place was very public, and I think that should affect us in a different way. I think that's completely appropriate. You know, people die all the time, yes, but when something like this happens, I think it should speak to us in somewhat of a unique way. My friend Glenn Scrivener, he on X yesterday wrote, underneath a banner saying "Prove me wrong," wearing a T-shirt saying "Freedom," while discussing gun violence, and he didn't get to finish his sentence. Even condemned criminals get last words. A bullet to the throat, and he's silenced. A truly infamous moment. And I think that this
Mm-hmm.
will be an infamous moment. I think
It is
Glenn is
very
exactly right.
infamous.
I think that this moment, September 10th, will be remembered as a day that will affect politics going forward. It will affect discussions and the marketplace of ideas going forward because of how much it it means for someone to be gunned down in public because of their opinions. You know, we still don't know the motivations of the shooter. I don't think it's inappropriate for it to be referred to as a political assassination. I can't see any other reason why someone would shoot someone like Charlie Kirk in that way, in that time frame, other than for his very outspoken ideas. Whether you agree with them or not, you should at least realize that this is a tragedy. And I think we need to be very careful with our words and how we articulate these things in,
He was very
the coming
careful with
weeks and
articulating
months.
his words, though.
So let's pray for Charlie's family. Let's pray for his wife and his children. Let's pray for those within the leadership of his organization, whether that's Turning Point USA or Turning Point Faith or whatever, because this is undoubtedly devastating for them. And, you know, Paul says that we don't mourn like the pagans do. We have hope.
Yeah.
I think we can be confident. Charlie is in the arms of Jesus. But that doesn't lessen the fact that this is terrible and it should be recognized as being terrible. 31-year-old men should not be shot in public for statements that they say. That's not what should happen. And yet, I think we should recognize that the brokenness in this world is something that our God understands and can speak to. And this should bring us, tragedy should bring us closer to Jesus. It should
Mm-hmm.
not push us farther away. C.S. Lewis said
No,
that pain insists upon being attended to. God whispers to us in our pleasures, speaks to us in our conscience, but shouts in our pains. It is a
absolutely true.
megaphone to rouse a deaf world. I think this is an opportunity. Like Charlie said, you know, it's not going to be your moral scorecard. It's not going to be the good things that you've done. You need to get right with Jesus today,
Yeah, because you
because
don't know what tomorrow brings.
heaven forbid, but tomorrow is not guaranteed. And so let's be praying for his family and the people around him. And if you don't know Jesus, you need to know him today, right now.
Mhm. Amen. I want to see what Tom McDonald said. Yesterday, in a violent act of cowardice, an assassin took Charlie Kirk's life. My heart goes out to his wife, his 2 children, and his millions of loyal supporters. All proceeds from the song will be donated. Rest in peace, Charlie.
Shot down and he was barely 31. Another woke coward took a life with a gun. He left behind a wife and a daughter and a son. All he did was try to speak for all of us. And I'm so tired of the hatred and the narratives. The patriots ain't dangerous, woke people are the terrorists. They shot and killed the father, sent a message to Americans. They ain't gonna stop until they bury us. Dear Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window, I sure hope you're looking down. Cause we ain't going quiet, we gon' scream your name loud. And you're gone, but I swear to God that we gon' make you proud. We ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie.
Yeah.
This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good man tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us. When good men die for the things that they say, and I can't just be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day. Killed in cold blood for having a discussion, and liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed a father and a husband. And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up, I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had an army. This is far more deep than some political parties. And you can't kill freedom, so this one is for Charlie. This ain't the America that all our parents love, but good men tried to keep making it great. Pray that God will take care of us, the system is failing us. When good men die for the things that they say, and I can't just be...
You want to hold me? Yeah. For a minute? Yeah. You can hold me for a minute.
For a minute.
What do you got on you?
It's my
Slime.
thing.
Ew, slimy.
Wait.
Yeah, throw it away.
No!
Okay, go put it with the rest of the slime.
No!
Be quiet, so I gotta be brave, cause this is America. Lately it's scaring us, but one good man can change it all in a day.
Definitely say that Charlie's death is making more voices be loud. And honestly, I think as Christians, as conservatives, we need to be louder than what the devil is preaching right now. That was a good song. Tom McDonald, Mom. Now they're saying there's a manifesto released. Let's see what he's got.
Okay, so we got a Steven Crowder exclusive here. Holy crap. The Crowder team got some leaked information here from an ATF agent, that's the claim, which could potentially be shining a light on the motive of the Charlie Kirk assassin. Of course, before I get into any of this, I have to preface the video. I need to say and reiterate time and time again, this is a leak, this is unconfirmed. So everything we're getting into right now is in the area of speculation. But I gotta tell ya, It certainly fits the mold. So we got a post here from Steven Crowder. He says, "This morning, my team received an email from an ATF officer, and what's inside changes everything. It's a screenshot of what appears to be an internal ATF message about the weapon recovered from the Charlie Kirk assassination scene at the Utah Valley University." So before we get into the commentary and reaction, let's actually read through the entirety of this document word for word. It says, "On September 10th, 2025 at approximately 12:24 p.m., conservative political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at the Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Mr. Kirk was speaking at the university as part of the America Comeback Tour. Multiple SCL-1 and 3 agents responded immediately. The suspect fired one shot from an elevated position on a rooftop in an adjacent building on the campus, and the surveillance video shows the suspect jumping off and fleeing the area on foot. ATF and other law enforcement located an older model imported Mauser .306 caliber bolt action rifle wrapped in a towel in a wooded area near the campus." Now, this is actually interesting because I don't know if you guys remember, we saw those agents in a wooded area right behind some suburban homes just near the university. Let's go ahead and play that clip again.
There are about 6 armed men in the backyard of a home right next to UVU campus. Apparently they are looking for another suspect. Maybe another suspect has not been apprehended, and they're actively searching.
So this could potentially be the scene of those ATF agents and other agents scouring that forest and finding the firearm. The location of the firearm appears to match the suspect's route of travel. The spent cartridge was still chambered in addition to 3 unspent rounds at the top Fed magazine. And now here's where it gets really interesting. All cartridges have engraved wording on them expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. An emergency trace has been submitted, and ATF SLC is working leads generated by the trace. The firearm and ammunition have been taken by the FBI for DNA analysis and fingerprint impressions. Upon completion of forensics, the firearm will be disassembled for additional importer information. Multiple people of interest have been contacted or detained because of eyewitness testimony and review of video footage. The primary suspect is yet to be identified. ATF is assisting the investigation with multiple other federal, state, and local partners, and the case is co-led by the FBI and Utah SBI. So again, I reiterate, this is unconfirmed, but it does seem, quite obviously, like a premeditated, tactical, and deliberate attack, and potentially unsurprisingly politically motivated, as the cartridges weren't just loaded with bullets, they were engraved with transgender and Antifa slogans. How many times have we seen that just recently? And I'm sure a lot of you guys are instantly connecting the dots based on what we reported yesterday. Right alongside this, we know about that ominous post from a trans activist on X, a person by the name of Omar, who just the night before the assassination tweeted on X, quote, "Something big will happen." And before saying that, the statement was something along the lines of, "Charlie Kirk is coming to my college campus tomorrow. I really hope that he is totally evaporated." And now following that post, something big does happen. Charlie Kirk is assassinated, and we're now learning that there might have been a trans manifesto written on the cartridges.
The doggy.
Connect the dots?
Yeah, it's kind of
because to me
creepy.
it doesn't seem like a coincidence. This again
No,
looks
it's
like
not a
climate of
coincidence.
open radicalization, which led to the bloodshed. And why Charlie Kirk? Why target him? Well, just think about his career. He's one of the most relentless voices against the radical gender
You taking my
ideology.
phone?
He goes on college campuses and openly debates these ideas. He's called out the child mutilation. He's called out men
You're gonna
invading
charge this
female
one?
sports. He's been very open about his opinions
No, you don't
against
charge it
gender
there at the bottom
ideology.
here.
And so it seems like it would track. You know, obviously the left doesn't want
We'll
us
get
to
in
have
down
this
here.
conversation. They're going to start mentioning trans people and trans
That's where
shooters.
Kirk is at,
But
see?
yeah,
You felt
obviously,
to vibrate?
it's a
That's what's
massive
charging.
problem. We have to talk about the elephant in the room now, don't we? The elephant in the room that the media never wants to touch, the rise in trans violence. We've seen a disturbing trend of self-declared trans shooters carrying out mass shooters from churches to schools. We've seen the online trend of trans militias forming online, all the memes and all the rhetoric inciting violence, which by the way is still happening after the Charlie Kirk assassination. Here's a little montage that basically gives you a summation of how the trans activists are reacting to his death.
Oh my god, guys, did you hear? The world's finally started to heal. Charlie Kirk was shot.
No.
I'm pretty positive that this is going to be the post that gets me canceled or widely unfollowed, but I am a very firm and staunch believer that you should never, at no cost, ever speak ill of the dead.
But she's going to.
Charlie's dead. How nice.
What evil.
Bitch.
What ugliness.
South Park episode's gonna be too good.
He said that gun deaths are worth it.
You notice how ugly all these people are?
Alright.
Spiritually and externally.
You're telling me I wake up from a nap and a cis white man's shot and cold? Oh
Ugly.
my God.
Just ugly.
Maybe the laws will change.
Gigi says hi.
Maybe they'll change.
Say hi, Gigi.
Oh my God, maybe.
And so obviously it's a factor, and now it's
She's watching me. We're streaming.
Factor. You know, these are not isolated incidents. They're
She's
part
at
of a
home.
growing subculture radicalized by
Right here.
hysterical rhetoric.
Gigi says
Actually, here's
hi,
the perfect
Eli.
clip.
He probably made like thousands of trans kids themselves. I literally could not give a
An ugly
get
person.
a stepfather.
No sympathy for Charlie Kirk because this trans individual, this deranged individual,
Mean,
believes that
ugly
Charlie Kirk
person.
is responsible for thousands of trans deaths. Absolutely
no.
disgusting. Out of touch with reality. Total delusion.
They go into
paranoia.
self.
They've
But yeah.
convinced themselves that words are violence. They blame Charlie Kirk
Mm-hmm.
personally for trans deaths simply because he has different views on child mutilation surgeries and men and women's sports. And so they pick up guns and justify murder, I guess, as self-defense, as rising against fascism. It's
It's
a
not
twisted
self-defense.
mindset
Yeah.
that goes from online ranting
They're all
on Reddit
mentally
or other social
unstable.
media
They're all
boards to now
ugly.
loading a rifle
They
and
all
pulling
need
the trigger.
spiritual
Now
healing.
again, I'm not saying that that's absolutely what happened. We still don't have the full
you
facts
unplugged
here,
it.
and we'll wait for the confirmed
It is
details from
charged.
law enforcement.
Is it
Even though it's
charged?
not confirmed,
Yeah,
it's still an
it is.
issue.
Okay.
There's still obviously an issue of a rise
it's
in
not
trans
charged.
violence.
It's not charged.
Now,
You
if
gotta plug it
turns
back
out
in.
that this is
Okay.
legitimate, that
But
the ATF did in
you
fact
turn
find
off
trans
the
ideology and anti-fascist
electric
rhetoric
light.
engraved in
Well,
the
as long as it's
shooter's
plugged in, it
weapon, well, then
won't.
let's put it together. Charlie Kirk was not killed by
Let me
chance.
see.
He
Let's
was
see.
potentially assassinated by a radical motivated by the exact ideology that the left at large, that the leftist academic institutions and the leftist activist movements
Yeah,
are pumping into
it's got
young people for
17%. We're
years.
charging it.
And,
You
you
need
know,
to pull
Occam's
up.
razor, the most simple and likely
You sure it
explanation
looks
is
pretty full?
probably the truth.
No.
Well, knowing Charlie and his stances,
I think you do.
understanding the threat that he was facing before
Wanna
he
go
was
grab
stepping
one and I'll
foot
get
on
you
the
changed?
campus,
Then
and
my
it potentially
telephone.
proves exactly
Your
what we've
stomach's
been
growling.
warning
Mine's
about for
growling too. I'm a
years,
little
that the
hungry.
Democrat Party and the activist left have created a monster, and now we're staring that monster directly in the face. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next.
Yeah, what's even worse with this whole Charlie Kirk thing is seeing the Muslims rejoice that a Christian's been killed. Like, it's all across X. Ridvan's been keeping an eye on it for the most part. Orthodox Muslim. Yeah, they're definitely possessed. The good news is, posthumous, President Trump's gonna give him an honor, a citizen reward.
Hi.
She said hi, Eli, already.
Hi.
What, do you need to FaceTime her? You want to FaceTime Gigi? We can call her. You want to see her? Okay, okay. Let's FaceTime Gigi. pacifier. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry.
You little. We got other ones somewhere. All right, let you get ready. Say love you. Say love you. What? It's not Christmas time yet. It's Gigi's birthday's coming. Yep, and then it's gonna be Halloween. Hey, buddy.
I have other things to show Gigi.
Yeah, what other things to show Gigi?
Why?
The drive.
No, why?
Fly?
Yeah, why? With it.
Where does she fly to?
Ooh, baby. What?
Alright, let's give this blanket up. So, apparently, Ridvan said that Charlie had plans to do a counter-Islamic series, which would have been great. I know IP, Ridvan, Michael Jones, Ridvan, and David Wood have been doing that, working on that, honestly. But I wanted, look, Muslims. The Muslim Cowboy, I don't know if you've ever heard of him or have ever heard of some of his conversations and debates that he's had with, I think he had it with IP, Michael Jones, and Ridvan here. Charlie wanted to end Islam. Something ended. It wasn't Islam. And then hoping he suffers and then doesn't make it so he can suffer more forever. Like, these people are evil. There is just so much evil.
Why?
And Andrew Tate, he can mourn. There's nothing against him mourning, but he can't compare himself. He's nowhere near the man that Charlie was. Andrew Tate is pretty scummy, in my opinion.
I can't believe it. Mom? Mommy? You hold it? Yeah.
Hey, did you break it?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I just didn't broke it. Too long. I put it.
Yeah. Yeah. Gigi might come over.
And so is this wagon.
Sooner or later?
Later, she's gotta go to the bathroom first and
And that's it.
Oh, she showed my dinosaur.
Yep, Gabe's dinosaur's all fixed.
Oh, she took it. My cat was.
What's happening?
Cat onesie.
Randa.
Alright, let's put this guy back
Mine.
where he belongs. And we're gonna get back to YouTube.
You wanna play game?
No, I'm not playing a game yet, buddy. I'll play a game in a little bit. There's some important stuff I need to talk about, kiddo. That has been going on in the world. Not that you need to worry about, but that's why we're homeschooling you guys and gonna raise you right instead of having somebody else teach you guys wrong and ruin yous. We'll take ownership for how you turn out, not let somebody else. Alright. Kinda hungry. Ramen. Think we can do that? Need me to hold her? I mean you. But I was gonna be a team player and see if you needed me to hold her or if you wanted to put her down in the crib or... Are you sure about that? Yeah, go ahead. Then you're just right, yeah. Okay, put her in the swing. Either or is fine. Oh, here's a law enforcement update. Alright, buddy, you're sliding. Let's fix everything.
Mason, M-A-S-O-N. Everybody got that?
She does. She keeps an eye open every once in a while.
Hi everyone, my name is Hillary Kellner. I'm the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Oh, you're done.
Today we will have two speakers, one representing the state of Utah and one representing our federal agencies.
I can hold her.
They will be providing some updates as well as a recap of what happened here at Utah Valley University
I can hold
yesterday.
her.
We will be able to take a couple of questions after they are done speaking, but it will be short in order to stay in tune with the president speaking at 9:45. So I'll go ahead and introduce Commissioner Bo Mason.
Good morning. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah
Oh,
Department
look how sleepy she is. Oh, sleepy baby.
If we didn't start off today and recognize the significance of the day. Historically on 9/11, law enforcement has come
Yeah,
together.
everything got crowded around me.
Recognize and honor
Eli,
those that sacrificed
you take your dino costume back up to your bedroom, please?
the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights.
Thank you.
The rights of individuals.
Go, do it, and then come back and get the phone.
Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m.,
That baby.
political influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University participating in a student-sponsored event with Turning Point USA. Charlie was shot at that event. He was transported to a local hospital where he later passed. Last night, his body was moved to the state office of the medical examiner. We will continue to facilitate movements to get him home today and with his family. Yesterday, during the investigation process, we located.
Thought that was the easiest.
We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny. They faced threats. We asked the public
What do we have?
to be patient with the investigative process.
I'm gonna go for like a tuna sandwich. Yeah, like 2 tuna sandwiches with cheese. You okay?
process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that. I'd like to thank all the investigators that are involved in this. They have worked around the clock. All day yesterday, through the night last night. Investigators from the State Bureau of Investigations, from county, from city agencies, the university,
Put on like that roll. Like through
the
those.
FBI, the ATF, and many others. Those are just a few of the people that we have involved in this. I'd like to thank all of them for their strong work. Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We're working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we're confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately. Last night I communicated with Erica. The family's devastated. As a commissioner of public safety, as a father, as a husband, I can only imagine what that family's going through. The heinous event that happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen the state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. The outpouring of support from the law enforcement community has been astounding. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles.
Good morning. My name is Robert Bowles, and I am the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop.
Feels surreal still.
The person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle.
Get rid of all the Floyd statues and put a statue up of Charlie Kirk.
Where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips.
Hi, Lava. Hi.
The FBI has brought every resource to bear.
Really?
And we will continue to do so throughout the course.
How's my Lava? Hi.
The FBI's mission is to protect the
Hi,
American
baby.
It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States.
You want to sit up?
Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our
No.
democracy. That is why we will,
You okay, baby?
relentlessly
Where's my lovey?
this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. The FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI.
I can barely even hear what they're saying. Yeah.
Let your patriotic values guide how you invest your money and
His
save
last
for your
stream.
future.
We'll watch the
With
whole thing.
Monorail's Patriot Portfolio, your investment dollars get out of globalist corporations and into companies that support Christian American values. Monorail is perfect for anyone who wants to learn how to invest their money like a pro or a conscious-minded investor that wants to put their money where their values are. Open an account today at monorail.com/Kirk. That's monorail.com/Kirk. So we're on Team Civilization here. We want to see the maniacs of Hamas be defeated. So we've seen news this morning that, quite honestly, I'm a little confused by, and I was hoping you could navigate it and help us understand, which is that Israel bombed Qatar, which houses a lot of Hamas officials. What happened here? And if I were to introduce just the skeptical question, will this potentially endanger America's own interests in the Middle East? So please, Ben, help me better understand the situation.
Sure. So I think that the lead up to understand here is that Qatar sort of plays both sides when it comes to its negotiating stance between Hamas and Israel and the United States. So it has provided extraordinary material support to Hamas directly, billions of dollars in material support to Hamas. The leadership of Hamas have been living in Qatar for years at five-star hotels. Hamas's priorities have been pressed by Qatar in negotiations multiple times. Qatar has not put significant pressure on Hamas in the past to release the hostages or to end the war. And so basically, as Israel nears the end of the war, which is what this last movement in Gaza City is supposed to be, that there was a final offer that was put on the table actually by the Trump administration that essentially said that Hamas should release the remaining 48 hostages, meaning 28 dead bodies and 20 alive hostages. And the United States would then guarantee, through its own honest brokerage, some sort of end to the war that would result in the disarming of Hamas and the movement of the Gaza Strip to presumably some sort of coalitional government supported by regional states and the rebuilding of the area. And Qatar was pushing Hamas, apparently, we heard. And Hamas this morning in Arabic actually rejected it. That's not been widely reported by the
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material,
No,
so
he
his
is.
death will mean nothing.
No,
It will activate no
means
one.
a lot.
It will impact few.
No, it impacted a lot of people.
just
You're
great.
just evil.
The best part of this whole
Who's
goddamn
this?
thing
Jackie Lemo, whatever. Lemo. Jackal Amio. Let's find her. Quuel. AMEO. home studios at Portland, Maine, according to her Instagram profile description. Same username. What's great is her TikTok account is gone. Her Instagram is locked, and people are already bombing home studios Google reviews. And is undefeated on finding these people. Yep. Jacqueline Morris has discovered on Pinterest. Oh. Yeesh. Idiot leftists. They murdered our boss, our mentor, our inspiration, our friend. We will not forgive. We will not forget. Yeah, we need to deal with the people that are celebrating this. It's unreasonable that they're able to celebrate in the first place. Yes, please. It's despicable. It's disgusting. It's like people who love pushing others down, who love seeing people go through hardship, who just thrive off of it. I just don't get how people do that. I don't understand how people don't have well wishes for each other and
the media
run their mouths.
Hamas actually
Man.
rejected the
You need
American
to learn
offer.
to
The
shut
president
up
had put out
sometimes.
via Truth Social a statement saying, this is your last chance, and if you don't do that, bad things are going to happen. The idea that Israel would be able to fly 10 F-16s all the way across the Middle East to Qatar to strike a very specific terror target in Doha without American knowledge beggars the imagination.
Oh yeah, I support
it is
that. I
extraordinarily
support
unlikely,
banning
to say
anybody
at the
who
very
supported
least.
or like
Honestly, it would not be
praised
wildly improbable if Qatar
and
knew that was
celebrated
coming
the
as
assassination
well.
of Charlie Kirk.
And so Israel struck
And I support
at the
deporting
top
anybody
level
that's
of the remaining Hamas in Qatar in an attempt to basically change the negotiating status. So the basic idea here is if you will not negotiate, if you refuse to get to the end of this war, well, then maybe we'll find somebody who can. Or maybe the idea is that you're safe nowhere until this war ends. Additional pressure had to be brought to bear, and that's why Israel did what it did. Obviously, I
Right.
as well am on
You
Team
need
Civilization.
something?
I'm very happy to see Hamas's top leaders killed. I hope that as many of them in the leadership, with as little loss of civilian life as possible, I hope that as many of them died in this attack as humanly possible. And again, I'd be very surprised. I mean, we do know actually from contemporaneous reporting that the United States was at least given the heads up on the Israeli operation in the moments before it went.
I just spent time in Japan, and one of the things that kind of looms over Japan is that Japan, they engage in an unconditional surrender.
Let's look at this one. Oh, baby. What is it? This is it. Hi. Hi. You just like the feeling of walking, huh? Yeah. Bounce, 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 bounce. Oh. Hi. Huh? Yeah, this guy got his butt kicked for saying F Charlie Kirk through a vigil that was happening in Idaho. What you doing, Nova? Tell him to get his butt out of there. Let the cops handle it. He's inciting violence. like all the leftists do, calling names, Nazis, calling us racist, homophobic, saying we're gonna destroy our children and ruin their lives and all kinds of stuff. What's up, buddy? Yeah, well, we'll prove them wrong. That's kind of the goal here. Prove them wrong. I did have a Bible verse I wanted to read, but let's finish this.
That
I'll
they
bring up
said
the
we're
Bible
done,
verse.
and they laid down their arms. Obviously, after the 2 atomic bombs, very controversial. People have mixed opinions on it. I certainly do, but that it is unconditional surrender. Is that what Israel is aiming for here? I suppose that is a question that I get a lot on campus. What does success look like? Because I think we could all agree a long war is not good for Israel. A long, drawn out war, and we're coming towards 2 years in about a month. So it's been about 23 months. So what does ultimate success look like in the Gaza Strip?
Now, my main critique of the
I don't think
Netanyahu
so.
administration in Israel and the Netanyahu government is they didn't move faster. I think this should have been a much more accelerated process. Israel set out at the beginning of this war with 2 goals, as articulated by the Israeli government. Goal number 1 was to get as many hostages out as humanly possible to free the hostages. And second was to win the war. In many ways, those are mutually exclusive goals, because if you actually wish to win the war, then you have to do things militarily that are going to involve actual movement on the ground. And meanwhile, Hamas is attempting to basically use the hostages as its own form of human shields. They've used their own civilians as human shields. They're also using the hostages as a form of human shield. And so as you came to the end of the war, this was always going to be the question, is how the war kind of came to its final terminus. The priorities that Netanyahu has laid out publicly include essentially, basically, it's let the hostages out, and there can't be a future military threat to Israel. Those are, if you had to sum it all up, those are the 2 things. How that materializes, in my opinion, is likely to be an Israeli military occupation of large swaths of the Gaza Strip, the setting up of humanitarian areas, particularly on the coast and in Rafah, in which humanitarian aid is provided, a pathway out for people who actually want to leave. This is the only conflict of which I'm aware on planet Earth in which there are outside countries telling people who would like to leave that they literally cannot. The Trump administration has been trying to facilitate the ability of people who want to leave to do so, and has also been trying to facilitate the entry of not only humanitarian aid, but investment into the areas that have been cleared of terrorists, and then you can see some sort of Hamas-free rebuilding. That would be the goal of the end of the war. Now, my understanding is that the sort of last untouched area of the Gaza Strip, in terms of Israeli serious military operations, is Gaza City. It's why there's been so much focus on Gaza City. Last I heard, Israel already controls something 40 to 50% of the territory in Gaza City. They've been warning people to get out for at least a couple of weeks now. Hamas has been stopping people at checkpoints and turning them back and shooting them if they don't stay in the city to be used as human shields by Hamas. So that's the current situation on the ground.
What other feedback or criticism would you have about this situation? I know that it's impossible for anyone to listen to everything that you ever say, but looking at this from an American perspective, what else would you say things could have been handled differently? Maybe on the PR front, maybe also just on a conduct front. Where would you say, as an outsider, things that could have been handled better, more efficiently, or with more precision?
So number one, there's no such thing as a perfect war. So obviously in any war, there are going to be things that happen that are ugly and that are terrible. And that is why war is a terrible thing. As far as a sort of operational front, again, I've spent an awful lot of time in Israel. I've watched tape of operations happening, drone operations. I've met with an enormous number of Israeli soldiers, young men and women, people who are 18, 19, 20 years old, who have had legitimately their limbs blown off going house to house in an area where they didn't have to. The charge that Israel has been indiscriminate in its use of force in the Gaza Strip is an absurdity on its face. Israel has complete air superiority over the Gaza Strip. If it wanted to level the place and turn it into a parking lot October 8th, it certainly had the military capacity to do so. It has not done that. Instead, it has sacrificed legitimately 1,000 of its own young men, particularly in these areas, and thousands more who are wounded for the rest of their lives, going house to house in an attempt to prevent all that, and is currently shipping in 4,400 calories per day per person into the Gaza Strip, much of which is then stolen by Hamas. So that is not to say that any war is perfect. This war has been conducted in about as meticulous way as any urban war in history. Just because war is ugly doesn't mean that it's being fought wrongly. And I think that the
I can see if I
main
can fix
mistake.
it. I have to go to the bathroom, so. caked.
that Israel has made is misunderstanding how public relations works, in the sense that they couldn't have presented this war in a better, kinder way that people would have loved. What they could have done is move faster. And the reality is that the American way of doing war is to win as fast as possible. And we don't like long, drawn-out occupations. We don't like long, drawn-out military operations. That's true in Iraq. It's true in Afghanistan. It's true in Ukraine. It's true in the Gaza Strip. And so the kind of things that we Americans like to see are, for example, the operations against Hezbollah that took about 3 weeks to 5 weeks, or the operation against Iran, which took about 12 days, right? Those are operations that any ally of the United States can sustain. Long operations like the one that Israel has been performing in the Gaza Strip are inherently very, very difficult from PR level. And I'm not sure, to be frank, that there is a way for Israel to, quote unquote, win the PR war in the middle of a very long war against an intransigent terrorist enemy that legitimately embeds itself in the most damaging places.
A claim I receive often, and we're starting our campus tour tomorrow, is that Israel is committing genocide. How do you respond to that, Ben?
There's literally no definition of genocide by which Israel is committing a genocide. Typically, a genocide involves the targeted killing of the vast majority of the population, or at least an attempt to do so. There has never been a genocide attempted in world history in which the food that was being shipped in was more than the daily caloric intake of the average American into the areas where you're supposedly attempting to genocide the population. The total population loss in the Gaza Strip thus far has been 3%. During the Holocaust, just to take a reference, it was 50%. During Rwanda, it was significantly higher than 3%. You don't issue leaflet warnings to people. You don't go house to house in a genocide in an attempt to reduce civilian casualties. I understand that people use genocide at this point to just mean thing I don't like. And I get that. I understand. Nobody likes war. Nobody wants war. Certainly not the Israelis, who are not at war on October 6th. The fact is that every Israeli family has to send their 18-year-old son or daughter off to the military with the possibility that they're going to get blown up in Gaza. That is not something that any Israeli wants, right, left, or center. The real question is whether the accusations are accurate. They certainly are not, again, by any stretch of the imagination.
Author, Ben Shapiro, author of Lions and Scavengers. We're going to get to that in a second. I have one or two other questions on Israel. I think it's very important for our audience to hear this, though, because there is an incessant campaign. And one thing a friend sent to me, interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, so like maybe we should also ask a question: is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So, Ben, some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the Israeli government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be, and how does one respond to the claims of ethnic cleansing?
So ethnic cleansing, the idea, presumably, that population movement is equivalent to ethnic cleansing. I think ethnic cleansing is a term that's been fairly recently coined to describe population movement during war. And the reality is that's been ongoing for literally all of human history. The idea that Israel is, quote unquote, forcing people out of the Gaza Strip, that is not the stated policy of the Israeli government. The idea is if people want to leave, they can, but they're not being forced to leave. Again, moving people out of heavily urbanized areas that are honeycombed with terrorist booby traps pretty much everywhere is not the same thing as, quote unquote, ethnic cleansing. And I think that ethnic cleansing is very often used as sort of a softer form of the genocide attack. The idea being that Israel is trying to kill everyone, which of course is not true. As far as your earlier question about what we believe from the media, one of the things that I find kind of astonishing in some of the folks on the right who are highly critical of Israel is actually the lack of the lack of skepticism when it comes to legacy media. Legacy media are radically anti-Israel overall. The New York Times can certainly not be accused of being a pro-Israel outlet. It'd be very difficult to make the accusation that the Associated Press, which has worked hand in glove with Hamas for years, or Reuters, that these are wildly pro-Israel outlets, and yet when it comes to the reporting, it seems to be sort of the opposite.
Ben,
so the perception the legacy media is like owned by the Jews. And
I was going to say, Ben, come on. You Jews own the media, Ben. So, I mean, come on. You can tell by all the wonderful headlines you guys get.
Well, I mean, dude, the accusation that we own the media has not prevented, the Daily Wire from employing people who radically disagree with me on all of these matters. I mean, I don't agree with Matt Walsh on foreign policy. Matt obviously is a major host over at Daily Wire, and that's just my shop. And I'm overtly pro-Israel. Right? I mean, I'm not making any bones about this. I'm a Jew and I'm a Zionist. I'm not going to pretend that to say otherwise would be absolutely silly. To suggest that some sort of atheistic Jewish person by birth who does not care about Judaism or Israel owning the New York Times means the New York Times is pro-Israel is to ignore literally every bit of coverage they have ever done for my entire lifetime.
Yeah, seriously.
We're running out of time here, but just last question on this, Ben. I know this might be a tougher question, but Bibi said, quote, I didn't like he said this, I'll be honest. You can't be MAGA if you're anti-Israel. I don't like it for a couple reasons. How did you analyze that statement from Bibi?
I mean, and I think that there is the ungenerous way of interpreting that and then the generous way of interpreting that. So the ungenerous way is to suggest that you have to hold a particular position on every Israeli governmental activity in order to be MAGA, which of course is not true. I mean, you can disagree from the right or from the left with Bibi's policies, and you can still be plenty MAGA. I think the idea that Bibi is putting out there is that if you are taking Hamas's side against Israel in a conflict, it is very difficult to align that with the stated positions of the Trump administration or what President Trump himself is doing right now. And that much I certainly is true.
You cannot look. I think you can have disagreements on Israel and still be MAGA. Obviously, you should be America first. But if you're pro Hamas, you're something darker, and we should put up with that. Ben, tell us about your important new book.
So the basic idea in Lions and Scavengers is that inside every human heart, and this goes back to the book of Genesis, that there really is the dutiful part of you that wants to engage in what God made for you, this incredible rationalistic world in which you can mostly understand what's going on, and you have a duty to do the moral thing. You get up every morning, you try to build something, you try to be innovative and risk-taking, you try to defend your civilization, you try to build the social fabric. And then there is the part of us that's driven by envy. And that part of us just looks at our problems and immediately attributes it to some shadowy force outside of our control and tries to rip down the very systems that actually provide prosperity, tries to rip down the lions out of pure envy. Here, think Zoran Mamdani. And that exists in all of us, but it exists civilizationally as well. And when you look at the sort of activities that were taking place on college campus last year, and you see the weird agglomeration of causes that all come together under varying banners. Sometimes it's hating President Trump over immigration. Sometimes it's on Israel. Sometimes it's on LGBT. But it's the same exact people all marching together. And you wonder to yourself, what do these people have in common? And the answer is pretty much nothing, except they really, really don't like our civilization and see the fundamental basis of our civilization as evil and wrong and believe that it needs to be torn out by the root. This is, to take the most obvious example, Queers for Palestine. Everybody's been puzzling over what the hell is that, right? Queers in Palestine get thrown off buildings. So what is it? The answer is that the radical LGBTQ group doesn't have much in common with the pro-Hamas group, except that both really, really hate the West and believe that the traditional values of our civilization need to be destroyed in order so that they can live more fulfilling lives in some way.
What would you say is the missing component for those of us in the West to stand up against these forces? What would you say we're doing well and that we need to do more of?
I mean, I think that what we lack, and I think we're starting to see a restoration of it, is the courage to actually stand up on our hind legs and say no. I think that good people tend to be introspective. We tend to think, okay, what
I
did
think
I do
that all
wrong? How do I fix
changes
that? We
with
tend to apologize
what
when we do
happened
something
yesterday
wrong.
with Charlie.
Bad people tend to take an apology and then grind your face into the dust over it because they're not engaged in guilt cultures. They're engaged in what are called shame cultures, where the most important thing is not to be made to feel shame, and it is to shame others. And so I think that we, those of us who consider ourselves part of Western civilization, we need to recognize that a constant self-abnegation, a constant attempt to tear ourselves down out of a misguided sense of humility in the face of people who are happy to just destroy our civilization from without and within, that is a gigantic mistake. And it is totally fine to say to people who wish to destroy our civilization, no, your values suck and they don't belong here.
Where does all this resentment come from?
It comes from a wide variety of places, but it tends to come in general from a feeling of frustration and enervation. And so I think that you can get that from people who believe they have been marginalized. You can get that from people who believe they deserve more. You see it a lot, actually, with university students who seem to believe that they deserve a $250,000 salary for a gender studies degree because they've been taught that they ought to be getting more, and then they don't get it. And then they're angry at their parents for not having put them in a position to do that, and so they rebel against everything that they've been taught and everything they haven't been taught. I also think it comes from a bored population. Very often you have people who grew up without any sense of external threat, and they think that pretty much everything that's good in life is the baseline, that that's just normal, and that you can tear away everything without the baseline falling away. That, of course, is just false. Some of it comes from ignorance. Some of it comes from envy. The reality is that gratitude as a
lot of envy in the world
has to be cultivated. It's something you have to teach your kids, gratitude. Envy is totally natural, right? Envy is easy to do. You see it with small children, right? I have 4, and it's very easy to see kids envy each other and get on each other's case. Being grateful for what they have is a very difficult thing. You have to teach your kids to say thank you. You don't have to teach your kids to say no.
Ben, thank you for your time, and thanks for going through all the questions on the very important topics today. Lions and Scavengers is the book. Thanks so much, Ben.
Thanks, Charlie.
Bryce Crawford had a message that I wanted to show. Where is it? Oh, the page reset. Where is it? Scrolled far. Quite a bit. All that. Don't know why it reset every time I move it. Where is it? Let's see. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, there's my stream.
In which we need to become biblically literate, the hours at hand in which we need to stand on the rock which is firm, that we call Jesus Christ. Now is the time to become bold for our faith.
Yep.
We look at a moment of tragedy, a moment of evil, and a moment of suffering, and what the devil does is he creeps in and creates this system of fear. This thing that will make you cower, that will make you hide, that will make you question, should I be bold for your faith? But when we look at something like this, we grieve and we mourn, but we become charged up with the fire of the Holy Spirit to keep oil burning in our lamp by saying, I'm going to go forth. Because the devil has overplayed his hand. It's full out war against the kingdom of darkness. We're going all full force, straight offense against the kingdom of darkness because Jesus Christ is the one who has snatched the keys to death and Hades. And if you think for a split second that the devil's going to make me hide, if you think for a split second that the devil's going to make me cower and make me afraid for my faith, you're totally wrong. In fact, the devil has overplayed his hand, and he's made me more on fire, more bold, more firm on the truth. And let me tell you something, that should be the perspective of a believer right now. That should be the perspective of a Christian. We should go full charge against the gates of hell. My response as a believer should be, here I am, God, send me. If you're going to use a vessel to wage war on the kingdom of darkness, it's going to be me. It's going to be me. So this is the letter to the devil that we have to write. This is the letter to the devil. If you think you've won, you've already lost. And if anyone's coming harder against the kingdom of darkness, it's going to be me. And it's going to be you. That's the mentality we have to have. That's the fire of the Holy Spirit we have to have. We have to stand on truth. We have to live in a time period because it's cool to be biblically illiterate. It's cool to lean more on ChatGPT than it is the Word of God. It's cool to lean more on half-truths and progressive Christianity than it is Jesus Christ. But the reality is it's not cool. It's not cool to be biblically illiterate.
It's not right.
It's not cool to lean on half-truth. It is cool to lean on the rock, which is Jesus Christ. And the suffering of the world and the evil of the world and the sin of the world is going to continue to grow. The curse is real. It's been here since the garden. But the only thing that can conquer this is Jesus Christ. Because one day we're going to stand before Christ on Judgment Day. And our actions, thoughts, and our words are going to testify against ourselves, and we can't hide. And the reality is if we choose not to be passive, if we choose to go all in, if we choose to put our faith and trust in Jesus Christ, we are rewarded with glory and an eternity with Him.
Amen.
But if you and I choose to be passive, if you and I choose to cower down, if you and I choose to sin, if you and I choose to deny Jesus Christ, we'll be separate from Him for an eternity. What makes you different than the demons if even they believe in Jesus Christ? The difference you and I have, that we can have, between the demons and between those
speak
that
the
just
truth
claim the
about
label
him.
of Christianity is that we be bold. We stand firm on truth. We stand firm on the rock, which is Jesus Christ.
Yep. 100%. So I have a Bible verse that we'll read once everybody calms down and moves around out of the house. We'll read this. It's Acts 12, which I thought was pretty good when I was reading it. I'm gonna go get a slice of cake real quick. Come back. We'll read it. I'll eat the cake. We'll watch a video, and then I'll read this. Well, thank you, Raft, for the follow. But yeah, no, Bruce is on fire with it. 100% right. I see so many comments. Of distraught and like just discombobulation of which direction to go, and it's not the direction of hate and killing and chaos. It's the direction of light, and the message that Jesus has laid out for all of us is to repent. We're all sinful, and we need to deal with that. We need to preach that forward. Damn that one. Spewing links that aren't good. Yeah, this is ridiculous that it was Israel who set this all up. I don't get it. I don't even get how they can claim that. They're just stupid. People are idiots. It's disgusting. Disgusting how low people can be, you know? But I don't even go into the comment sections, just how lowly they get. Disgusting. Disgusting people can be. Alright, let's go get that piece of cake. Number two, there were people that saw this guy on the roof, knew an event was happening, and didn't care to say a word. They are almost just as guilty as the one that pulled the trigger. Doing with your head. Okay, they're going on their walk, I guess. Maybe not. What are you guys doing?
We're gonna take a walk.
Yeah.
Well,
They need to get their energy out.
but I wanted to do that, but if your mom's
Don't wait on my mom. Like,
just go and do it.
yeah. She's got to get ready. She's going to take a bit anyway, and she'll probably wait around until you guys come back. So go do and. Yeah. Okay. Love ya. Oh. Cupcake. All right. The Bible verse. Acts 12. So we're going to go verse 6. Well, I guess I could read the whole thing technically. Yeah, let's read the whole thing. About the time Herod the king laid violent hands on some who belonged to the church, he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. And when he saw that it pleased the Jews, he proceeded to arrest Peter. This was during the days of unleavened bread. And when he had seized him, he put him in prison, delivering him over to 4 squads of soldiers to guard him, intending after the Passover to bring him out to the people. So Peter was kept in prison, but earnest prayer for him was made to God by the church. Now when Herod was about to bring him out on that very night, Peter was sleeping between 2 soldiers, bound with 2 chains, and sentries before the door were guarding the prison. And behold, an angel of the Lord stood next to him, and a light shone in the cell. He struck Peter on the side and woke him, saying, "Get up quickly." And the chains fell off his hands, and the angel said to him, "Dress yourself and put on your sandals." And he did so. And he said to him, "Wrap your cloak around you and follow me." And he went out and followed him. He did not know that what was being done by the angel was real, but thought he was seeing a vision. When they had passed the first and the second guard, they came to the iron gate leading into the city. It opened for them of its own accord, and they went out and went along one street, and immediately the angel left him. When Peter came to himself, he said, "Now I am sure that the Lord has sent his angel and rescued me from the hand of Herod, and from all that the Jewish people were expecting." When he realized this, he went to the house of Mary, the mother of John, whose other name was Mark, and where many were were gathering together and were praying. And when he knocked at the door of the gateway, a servant girl named Rhoda came to answer. Recognizing Peter's voice, in her joy, she did not open the gate, but ran in and reported that Peter was standing at the gate. They said to her, "You are out of your mind." But she kept insisting that it was so, and they kept saying, "It is his angel." But Peter continued knocking, and when they opened, they saw him and were amazed. But motioning to them with his hand to be silent, he described to them how the Lord had brought him out of the prison. And he said, "Tell these things to James and to the brothers." Then he departed and went to another place. Now when day came, there was no little disturbance among the soldiers over what had become of Peter. And after Herod searched for him and did not find him, he examined the sentries and ordered that they should be put to death. Then he went down from Judea to Caesarea and spent time there. Now Herod was angry with the people of Tyre and Sidon, and they came to him with one accord, and having persuaded Blastus, the king's chamberlain, they asked for peace, because their country depended on the king's country for food. On an appointed day, Herod put on his royal robes, took his seat upon the throne, and delivered an oration to them. And the people were shouting, "The voice of a god and not of a man." Immediately an angel of the Lord struck him down, because he did not give God the glory, and he was eaten by worms and breathed his last. But the word of God increased and multiplied. And Barnabas and Saul returned from Jerusalem when they had completed their service, bringing with them John, whose other name was Mark. Yeah, even though some of us might die in the name of the Lord or in the name of truth, it should be foundationed like it was with Charlie and Christ. James was killed, but Peter was saved. But it makes neither of them less in the kingdom of God. There's a reason. There's always a reason behind God's plan. Whether we know it or not, whether it's easy or not. But it's that we keep speaking the truth and keep preaching a foundation that stands and has standed the test of time.
And we begin with this Fox News alert. We have new information on the manhunt for an assassin on the run in Utah. And you see on the left of your screen, Christian, young conservative leader, husband, dad, friend, Charlie Kirk, assassinated. And now the new details are firming up to catch that killer and bring him to justice. We're getting a clearer picture of just how someone could escape that crowded scene on that college campus and simply vanish. Well, almost. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. New video shows an individual on the rooftop at Utah Valley University, where Charlie Kirk was speaking and then assassinated. State officials with more details on the man on the roof.
The subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox delivered an emotional message to the entire nation in the wake of the tragic assassination.
This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation.
CB Cotton is in Orem, Utah. CB.
Hi, Harris. Well, right now, FBI agents say they have images and video of the suspect. They're not sharing any of this material with the public at this time, but instead, they're suggesting they're using all of this content to closely track the suspect.
The suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing any details right now. I mean, we will soon, but right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual.
Agents say the shooter got on campus less than an hour before assassinating 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, who was visiting Utah Valley University in Orem, about an hour away from Salt Lake City. The FBI says the gunman used the building's stairwells to get up on the roof and fired that fatal shot from about 200 yards away, sending the crowd of about 3,000 people into sheer panic. The FBI special agent in charge of the Bureau's Salt Lake City office said at the news conference today that agents recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle in a wooded area where the shooter had fled.
Thank
The
you
FBI
for
laboratory will
follow,
analyze this
Matt.
weapon. A young fan telling us he is still in disbelief by what he saw yesterday.
It sounded like a 4th of July popper that you can throw on the ground. I heard and everybody just started ducking. I look over at Charlie and he like put his hands up like this and like falls back in his chair and people catch him.
Mm-hmm.
Harris, the
It's
sense I'm getting
disturbing.
here on the
I won't
ground is that
show it, but it
investigators
is
know a
disturbing
lot
watching it.
about who this
It
suspect
almost looks
is.
fake.
It's at this point a matter of figuring out where he is. Back over to you.
CB, thank you very much. Darren Porcher, former NYPD lieutenant and U.S. Army veteran, is with me now. You and I have done police specials and whatnot together, and we are very forensic. And when we take a look at something like this, I look forward to doing that with you now. So what are the forensics of what we've learned so far, and what do they tell you?
Well, there's a lot that we have to unpack. One of the first things is police were able to identify the entrance and the exit of the shooting. This is paramount because they've now captured facial images as to who the shooter may be. And when we go back to the Boston Marathon bombing, that's when we saw crowdsourcing information that was used as it relates to facial recognition. It's manifested 10 times since then, but this is paramount as it relates to how police are going to be able to identify who the shooter is. In addition to that, we're going to look for DNA.
Everybody's got a
evidence
camera
because
now.
The shooter laid down on that roof, and it's impossible for you to enter or exit a location without leaving a trace of DNA. It can be skin fragments, hair samples, etc.
My issue is the doors weren't locked to the roof. If they were, they would have said so. There was an issue in security with the campus. It was a policy overlook that needs to be adjusted on all campuses. Only maintenance needs to have access to the roof. Students do not leave it unlocked. You up the penalty of leaving it unlocked as a write-up and then move to suspension and then termination. You follow procedure. This wasn't, for it being such a public event, the security was not done well on the school to prevent people from getting up on high and getting on top of buildings, which should be a no-brainer, and keeping the doors and accesses to the roof off limits. Like, I don't understand. Unless it was somebody that had access. But they need to lock the doors to roofs from now on, wherever, at every college. It's not an escape route. They have escape routes. You don't go up if there's a need or a fire or anything. You go down, you go out, but you do not go to the roof when there's a fire or anything like that. It's not a safety, it's a security issue. And that is a big breach of security, in my opinion. And I'm surprised colleges haven't understood that since, the Virginia Tech shootings.
Now, law enforcement has a lot, and you have the triangulation between federal law enforcement, state law enforcement, local law enforcement, and they're going to work in tandem in sharing this information to ensure that we bring this violent assailant into custody.
Well, law enforcement was doing what they do so well. They were looking for people known to them. That the first older gentleman I know from talking with people like Jason Chaffetz and others in Utah who have said, well, he shows up to political rallies. The guy's kind of a loudmouth, blah, blah, blah. He was already on their radar, hasn't done any harm, but that was the first person we saw picked up, that older gentleman. And so they were actively looking for perhaps people that might fit something that they were after. I don't know if it was movement, it was familiarity, I don't know. But this guy, what do you make of him and what you're learning about him?
I go back to the Charles Whitman shooting back in the 60s on the University of Texas campus, whereas he shot people from upwards of 200 yards away. And he used a bolt-action rifle, which is the same type of weapon that was recovered in this particular instance. This is someone
for
that
long
clearly
distance
had an
shooting, makes it
understanding
easy.
of how to shoot people at these distances. And bear in mind, Charles Whitman did not use a scope. He didn't use a tripod. He didn't use a bipod. This was merely the focus of using a bolt-action rifle. I was an officer in the Army, and this is something that I can do, but at the same token, it requires a level of training. So this is something that we're going to look to the background of this individual to find out what in fact his training was to accomplish such a outrageous feat in shooting one of our American heroes, that being Charlie Kirk.
What I always think is
a
amazing
martyr.
about how you and others do their jobs in terms of unpacking a moment like this at the scene is navigating all the fear and the realities on the ground of people caught in the middle between a killer and what you're trying to find, that killer. Here are some of the witnesses who were there yesterday.
It's really traumatizing, definitely something that I've never witnessed before. I think a lot of the college students were there, even some teenagers and some kids with families.
There were people just rushing. I was doing all I could to help them out, get them out, and yeah, just bodies everywhere.
You know, it's something where you feel like you're safe on campus, and then it changed really quickly.
Right away, you know, people started laying on the ground. Everyone started praying. That was one thing that we all just instinctively did.
Amen to that. You said it would have been just so chaotic.
Chaotic is an understatement. And we go back to the assassination, the failed assassination attempt against President Donald Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. It is a major challenge to secure an outside venue for a prior president, because just take in mind, Trump had Secret Service protection and an assailant was able to fire a shot at him. So although Charlie Kirk had security, that outside venue is very difficult to maintain a fortification. And remember, it wasn't really a high threat, but this was a welcoming environment. He's at a university in Utah, which welcomes his views. And the one thing about Charlie Kirk was this: he always encouraged discourse, but he discouraged violence.
Who's here?
He felt that if we continue our discourse, we won't have violence. And sadly enough, we had someone that didn't adhere to that principle.
Real quickly, lay the day out for us if you can. Next steps. You've got images, so on and so forth. Just real quick, what you see coming.
I think law enforcement already has a subject, and they're actually focused on getting that person. When we look at doorbell ring cameras, DNA that will be extracted from the weapon, I just think it's a matter of time. And they're not releasing this information to the public because they don't want to scare the suspect, and I believe that they have a location in mind to address.
Darren Porcher, thank you always for your expertise.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Well, from reports and
All right, that was a good little intermission. My mom came over to visit for a little bit, and I had to take my medicine, so figured I'd knock it out while I was on break still, since we can't really talk either way. My mom's a little upset about this too. Well, not little, we're very upset. We know he had salvation, so we're certain in that and confident in that, but it's still sad seeing a family be ripped apart like that. Unbelievably sad. I'm a scared man. We'll look at this.
The New York Post. Comedy Central pulls South Park episode mocking Charlie Kirk after assassination. I just want to say, I don't think they should.
Yeah, I don't know why
Many
they
people are
did.
saying that they did it
He
out of
ran with
respect,
that.
considering the tragedy. It's not the first time they or other shows have done this. But I'll just say, Charlie
Brother was very proud of it.
He was excited.
Means he
by
made it.
He changed his profile picture to Cartman. He had a cultural impact that mattered, and I thought he enjoyed it. They challenged his ideas, they mocked him, and that's what he was all about. Hey, right on. Thanks for joining in. We don't have the camera operating, but we do have your voice, so I appreciate you joining in with us. Tate's hanging out as well.
Howdy.
Yeah. So the latest news. It looks like this was based on the evidence recovered so far internally and confirmed by several news outlets, transgender, leftist, and Antifa ideology, which makes sense considering the responses that we've seen from activists, from people on the street. I'm curious, Connor, what your thoughts are. Obviously, you're from the UK, but I believe you knew Charlie. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, so I was actually very lucky enough to meet Charlie in May when he came over and visited and had a very busy schedule, debating demented leftists at Oxford and Cambridge Union, and appearing on GB News to talk about how he as an American was shocked that the nation that gave America so many of its founding ideals had fallen into somewhere between a failed Soviet state and an Islamic caliphate. And he brought up the example of Lucy Connolly, the 42-year-old mother who was imprisoned for over 30 months for an imprudent tweet during last summer's protests and riots, while sex offenders walk free in my country. And I had a sort of hour or so meeting with Charlie and I and a friend, and we were talking about how to replicate Trump's successful revolution over this side of the Atlantic, working on media ventures. And he asked me for some briefing notes about Lucy Connolly's case, which I sent over in an email to his team. And his team responded saying, it would be great next time we're over to get you guys on the show. It'd be really good to talk about your country. I know he was going to come back and hopefully do a UK tour of all these important conversations he was having on university campuses, because that's really what flipped a hell of a lot of states. And Gen Z voters for Trump. It was Charlie Kirk being a voice for them,
and
representing their concerns. And now we're never going to get to do that. And when towards the end of the meeting, I did joke with him, saying, well, it's always nice to sit across from a future US president. And I think we all kind of sense that. Like, all of his closest friends seem to have sensed that too. And it is such a tragic loss, not just for his friends and his family.
For the future of the United States.
How his kids are going to feel. But it's a tragic loss for the country, and also for my country, because we owe him a hell of a lot, because without his spotlight shone on our concerns, I don't think the Trump administration would know just how bad things have been over here.
Connor, can you maybe, as a Zoomer, can you maybe walk the audience through what Charlie Kirk specifically meant for Zoomers and what his role was in our sort of matriculation into conservative thought?
The reaction that all of the Brit Zoomers had to seeing that horrific footage, and other than just praying that, was that we thought, he's one of ours and this could be one of us. At any time now, it just could be one of us. Charlie was obviously the largest target because, as you were mentioning earlier, guys, he was mocked on South Park and took it in good spirits. He was ridiculed just the other day by Van Jones. They're accusing him of being the true danger, the true face of white supremacy in in America, rather than all of these random anti-white attacks that are going on, like against that poor Ukrainian girl. And so the great irony, though, is that despite him occupying being a bogeyman in the American left's mind, just because he was successful and polite and upstanding character, and it meant that they couldn't smear him as easily as some of the reprobates they like to use as bogeyman. The irony is that for quite a while he was used as the example of, he had founded Turning Point at 18 and quickly become a part of the Republican machine. He was the anti-Trump and then got on board the Trump train. He invited softer converts of, the I left, the left guys to Turning Point events. He was more on legal migration than when they were coming along and harassing him in Q&As to try and push him along. And that's why so many accounts today, whether they're anons, whether they're known faces, even Charlie's sort of harder-edged enemies on the right have said, yeah, you know what, we were kind of rough to him in all of our. We kind of gave him a hard time, but he was one of our guys. He was a patriot. He cared about the news, and they were only ever trying to jostle him along and make him a bit more on some of the issues. But we didn't want things to end up this way. And the fact that they were targeting, safe, clean-cut husband and father Charlie Kirk means that they ironically took out the lie that was interested in persuading them, in talking to them. I think John Doyle tweeted something like, you guys killed the last guy that actually wanted to change your mind. And so now, going forward, Charlie Kirk was the guy holding back the dam of Zoomer radicalism. You're not going to get any more Charlie Kirks after killing Charlie Kirk. You're going to get people that recognize that we are not in a mood for conversation anymore, because you can't and have open dialogue and discourse with people that just want to kill you.
Yeah.
So I saw a lot of the comments about, sorry, I'm just changing the subject here because I'm just looking into it, but a lot of comments about the ricochet, the spalling, and I understand what people are saying. Some people believe that based on some of the outlines in Charlie's shirt that he's not wearing a full standard vest, but he's wearing steel plates. It does look like it's possible, but I don't think so. And I'm just watching a few frames of the point of impact, which is particularly brutal. And people are making the argument that you can see his shirt moves and that they believe it was a ricochet from a steel plate. I still don't think so.
No.
If he was wearing a steel plate, it's tiny. It's this big. That doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. Just trying to understand what's going on. Connor, while we have you, we'll play this. We have a little bit of this footage. Of course, some of this. What's up? Some of this stuff I don't think YouTube would be too keen on.
Yeah,
extended footage of a fight at the Idaho Capitol after a man drove through the vigil on a scooter yelling "F Charlie Kirk." And there's not much to play, but it's several minutes long. I'm only going to play a little bit. Okay, they're beating the crap out of this guy.
Yeah.
So, look, Charlie was beloved by so many people.
Mm-hmm.
The people who worked with him.
Tensions are
the
high.
people who worked with his team loved how above and beyond they would go for everybody else. Not to mention the people he inspired. The question now is, with the escalation of this leftist violence, a guy rode past screaming F Charlie Kirk, and a mob surrounded him and started beating the crap out of him. This rage is pent up, and people are sick of it. Do you think that the death of Charlie Kirk could be some kind of catalyst that triggers the right, the left, or both?
Face off. Eventually.
I think that in order to stop any vigilante violence from breaking out, which is obviously undesirable because it just ends with more Charlie Kirks, the Trump administration needs to act now. Like, call it what you like. But Trump needs to go full Bukele. Like, as an example, Kink News, which is a trans activist news outlet, put out a tweet 5 hours ago that said, Charlie Kirk was discussing trans shooters' conspiracy moments before being shot. These people are dancing on his grave. They are denying the multiple transgender school shootings that have happened recently, the very thing that Charlie was discussing when he was killed, with the suggestion, of course, being that this shooter was a trans activist. And you cannot have a country There are so many people that need to spend a very long time, possibly the rest of their life, in a mental institution. You don't need to be cruel. You don't need to be the left's boogeyman, but you have to contain this violence that people have been basically hypnotized into thinking that America is on the precipice of a genocidal fascist dictatorship, with figures like Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk being the faces of that. I don't know how it would operate under America's First Amendment, but you can't have CNN and MSNBC remain on the air and act like Radio Rwanda, inciting mentally ill people to go out and physically attack and even kill Trump supporters. I mean, Charlie Kirk needs to be the last martyr of MAGA. Like, we've already had Corey Comparator. They almost shot Steve Scalise. They had the kid a couple of years ago that was run over in an alley, and the guy said he was a radical Trump supporter. The guy was 18. He didn't even do anything to it. You'll remember the Antifa guy that shot the guy that got a Trumper over here in like 2020. We've had far too many examples of people just being gunned down just because there are demented leftists in your country that think they're an existential threat to them and to these marginalized client groups like transgender and racial justice activists. Basically,
to clarify real quick, Connor, Steve Scalise, I think you meant to say they almost killed him. He was shot. I think he was shot several times, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And a long recovery. What I will just add real quick is I've looked at the video. It's very, very difficult to watch. There's several angles. Charlie's not wearing a vest. He's not. And I think the narrative that's being pushed that he was is, as I start looking through these, you see a handful of people just saying he was wearing a vest and it ricocheted. And then after a little while, you see leftist accounts saying it was staged to create Trump 2.0 and Charlie accidentally got hit by Spalling. The Spalling narrative is being pushed by the left to argue that they were trying to stage this to make Charlie look like they tried to kill him. That's ridiculous. This person shot and killed him, and after having watched that video, I am terrified of the radicalization and the powder keg that will erupt when the people who cared about Charlie and were fans of his see it. Because I really do think there's a big difference between hearing it and seeing that video. It is very difficult to watch, and I'm an asshole who talks about all of the videos that I watch and the news that I've witnessed and the things that I've seen, and that is very hard for me to look at. I can only imagine all of the people that he inspired around the world having to see what they did to this man, because that video is painful. It hurts.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the longest time, we anticipated if something like this were to happen to a titan of conservatism, that it would have sort of a demoralization effect, right? That it would force conservatives to put their heads down. But that's not the sense I was getting from my friends and family yesterday, speaking to them about the incident. They're filled with rage, quite frankly. I mean, they took out a titan. They took out someone that meant so much, especially to Zoomers, someone that, you know, held their hand and guided them into these ideas that we cherish and we're fighting for today. And like Ted's alluding to, I mean, I don't think there was a demoralization that happened yesterday. I think there was
just because it's not your truth, it is the truth. Just because you have some different fantasy reality going on in your head doesn't mean there's a reality, one that we all participate in. You can have whatever fantasy reality you want at home, but there is a reality in the world, which means there is truth within that reality. And people want to create their own, and you can't create your own truth. You can't.
It's going to be
a dark place.
But so Connor, in a couple days, there's going to be a massive event in the UK with many prominent conservative figures. What do you think? I mean, I kind of feel like this event is going to actually scare the left off, I hope, from any kind of escalation or violence. Curious your thoughts about what might happen this weekend.
I know a number of high-profile people on the British right who are now saying they won't go.
Wow.
Fearing security concerns.
Blame them.
Because, well, unlike in the States, we don't have armed guards. You have people in high-vis vests giving up their time to make sure that the women and children that will be attending this march know where the boundaries are to keep them at bay from the demented counter-protesters that undoubtedly the Met Police will bring to stand alongside. I mean, I was at March for Life last weekend, and we were stood in a road, a very narrow passage, and the pro-abortion protesters were given a vantage point to scream down at us. And then on the other side of them were hundreds of pro-Palestine protesters, many of whom have been arrested, one of them who dumped ice cream over Billboard Chris's head. The police just put us right next to each other with very slim police presence given the number of people there. Now, if this rally that Robinson has organised brings out the number of people that they are expecting, it's going to bring out a hell of a lot of counter-protesters, and it's that there could well be violent elements who bring weapons and try to cause some sort of mass casualty or panic event. And I know there are lots of people who are just going now, and I'm not trying to discourage people from going, I'm really not, but I have just spoken to a handful of people who have just said, look, I can't go anymore because it's just too much. There
are reports that Ben Shapiro is canceling his college tour. We've seen on X
It wasn't his
reports that his
college
whole tour is
tour, it
canceled.
was
But
his book signing.
In the press, they've confirmed that I believe just the next couple are being canceled. Let me see if there's been any updates on this. And there's the question. So I've been reaching out to some. So the Wall Street Journal is saying it's been postponed. ABC says event at Reagan Library and Simi Valley is canceled. I'm reaching out to various personalities and conservatives for similar reasons, as you've mentioned, Connor, to see what their take is. And everybody is basically leaning towards cancellation. And I know the fear is that this is what the attack was intended to do. But the other fear is that this is a green light. This is a signal to the left that they have begun. And so, at least for now, the security risk is too great to be worth it.
It's pretty high.
Yeah, this is why Trump needs to ensure that this is not rewarded. This is why we are prudent enough not to turn to vigilante violence to avenge Charlie. Vengeance must come in the proper application of the state's monopoly on force. And so Trump needs to immediately prescribe Antifa as a terrorist organization. He needs to prescribe Black Lives Matter, considering literally the day before Charlie was killed, there was a leader of Black Lives Matter on social media saying black people have a right to violence. No, you don't. They need to. The Globalize the Intifada movement have already shot 2 people dead at an event in New York a few months ago. Just literally put all of these people that have called for violence or committed it, go retroactively back to the riots in 2020, throw them in cuffs, throw them in cells, and make sure that these people are not walking the streets and terrorizing law-abiding Americans again. Because you cannot have a country with people who, when you sit down to debate with them, they want to kill you. It is existential at this point.
We have an image the New York Post has posted of what appears to be the weapon. It is a all-black bolt-action rifle with a scope on it in a box. I'm just thinking about Trump's application of force as you've described it, and I think the sad reality is there's nothing you can do security-wise to make sure that these events will be safe. Charlie had the best security. I mean, he had the best. We do our events, and we have security guards, and I will say this of Charlie. When we were on stage at TPUSA, I don't think it was last year, but the year before, and I mentioned the two-way restrictions, the right to bear arms, and the venue we are in at AmFest does. I said, even this event, you're not allowed to bring weapons in, and Charlie immediately said, "That's not us. That's the venue and the state restricting that." My view, perhaps naive and ignorant, was if I do an event and you have the right to bear arms, you have the right to bear arms, and I assume those risks by being on stage if people in the crowd are going to have weapons. But now, basically everyone's screaming in my ear, we can't do these events because even when we do, like, so basically what happens for us is our insurance company will not let us allow people to carry. They won't insure the event. The venue kicks us out instantly. So it's like if you want to do the event, you have to have the insurance. Otherwise, the venue just cancels on you. Even then, we just have a security guard do a quick pat down because we're like, it is what it is, right? Now it's just when we actually talk with the security teams, there's no event we can do where security is guaranteed, especially when you see a rooftop, rifle shot on Charlie. Even if Trump were to say we will begin cracking down, it won't change what is happening right now.
Yeah, it has made, I hesitate to say permanently, but at least for the interim, it has made everything much more low trust than it ever needed to be. And this is what happens when you have a culturally hostile, heterogeneous society. It's that where bonds of trust and loyalty once existed, militant state force needs to step in to keep the peace. And none of that is desirable, but without mass incarcerations, I actually don't see a way out for the US. I think the same is probably going to hold true in the UK, given the amount of state-sponsored communist groups and jihadist groups waiting in the wings to commit similar amounts of violence. Things have really gotten to the point now where it's like facing Roman Republic collapse levels in the States. And if Trump doesn't clamp down on this like we all want him to, I agree. I do fear that it's going to escalate to tit-for-tat violence, and we're going to see more of our guys, more of our friends killed. And that's after the last 24 hours of seeing Charlie gunned down and having to hug my wife a little tighter. I don't want to see that happen to anyone else.
We're seeing from the left, not every single person, but there are many people posting the right will use this for an authoritarian takeover. And the argument that they're making is Trump will justify a power grab resulting in tyranny, and they have to resist it. So I fear that in the event, what we have right now with Trump deploying the National Guard, and so far it's been limited, and ICE raids, the left has already claimed they are being attacked, despite the fact this is just standard law enforcement that was voted for in a republic. If Trump does say we are going to clamp down on these escalation tactics and the violence, the left will just increase their response. I fear there's no exit ramp. The ideology and the worldview of the left in the United States and the right are so separated from each other. The left, they're cheering for this, and then criticizing any efforts at law enforcement. I hate to be so pessimistic, that the next thing we're going to see is escalation, perhaps insurgent level violence.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've personally always been skeptical of any prediction of civil war in the United States. I just felt like the dynamics weren't there, the table wasn't set.
Now it's set.
But yesterday really did feel like a Rubicon moment. Yesterday did feel like that vision of this dark future kind of came into view. And I'd be lying if I said, okay, in addition to the anger and sadness I felt over the last 24 hours, there's a bit of worry creeping in now. Like Tim said, where is the off-ramp? I think we've passed our exit.
I mean, the conversations I've already had with my family and security is like a line was crossed yesterday. The targeting of a politician is terrifying. But many people have pointed out that, what is it, like 10% of U.S. presidents have been shot or assassinated?
Yeah.
And it's terrifying. However, this was the targeting of a podcaster and activist.
Yep.
Charlie Kirk did not make policy. He did not dictate your life. He didn't work law enforcement.
Yep.
He held events where he talked to people and challenged them, and he was really good at it. That moment is when the
Very
left
smart
said,
man.
none of you are safe, and they intend for more. I mean, the statements that we are seeing from these people on social media, they've already sent the death threats that have come the way of all of us in this space. You just can't count them. You can't count them. We've got people on our team who, if I said their name, you'd say who? Getting death threats. No disrespect, but I'm talking to one of our crew, being like, How? How did they find you? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, Connor, look, I know you have a hard out here. Do you want to give any final thoughts and maybe where people can find you at?
Yeah, I don't. There's no need to do any plugs today, gents. I think I'd rather give all the honest to Charlie. But one final thing I will say is that my wife, who you guys both know, has been worried basically ever since she met me about the random and unprovoked violence that could befall any of us at any time. And one of the things I've kept asking my compadres over here in the UK is like, when did someone like Douglas Murray stop getting public transport? You know, no matter what you think of him, he's always tackled immigration and Islam and leftism, and that is the most violent and unpredictable constituency, the most savage bear you could poke. And so when did he stop getting the train or the tube so that he didn't end up like this poor Ukrainian girl that just got murdered? When did he stop doing open air events without security so that he didn't end up like Charlie? And at this point, like all of my friends are like, look, we can't even afford it, but anytime we come into London now, we need to get a private cab. We don't want to come into our major cities anymore. We just don't know when we could be next, and it's because we saw Charlie as one of our own. And I do think that he needs to be the last person whose blood is shed because the right is playing with one hand behind its back, fearing a leftist retaliation that has always been a provocation and always will. They are looking for an excuse to escalate. All you can do is be righteous and crack down on them as hard as possible. And I think the majority of law-abiding people will actually prefer a show of strength against these domestic terrorists than they will allowing this anarcho-tyranny to continue.
Yeah, they're holding us hostage.
Connor, thanks for joining us, calling in, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, God bless. And quick thing, Tim, I watched your solo show last night, and I know Charlie was your friend, and I could see how much it was affecting you, and I think you did it with the maximum amount of dignity possible.
I appreciate it.
I think he would have been happy. So
appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling. I really do appreciate it. And I know this is like the millionth time I will say it. I want to explain that again. Charlie's not like a guy that I played golf with. I don't want people to think that this is the dude that I called to go hang out at bars or anything like that. He was a friend in that. Text him a couple times, ask him what was going on. We'd DM, we'd work together on various projects, and he went above and beyond for me and my crew. Many of the people that work here at Timcast are much better friends with him and work directly with his team on a regular basis. And he just was in the work that we did, and when we crossed paths, which was not all that often, he went above and beyond. I'll just put it that way. You would not expect this in a business arrangement. This was a guy who, as I mentioned already, built us our own studio in his office that we could do our show in Arizona, that he paid to bring us out for, that he took care of everybody to make sure we were able to do it, who personally stayed to help us put this together. When all of his staff had left to go home, Charlie stayed and said, I'm going to help you guys get this going and make sure everything works for you. It was incredible. And it's an insanity that they did this. For now, for this live show, my friends, I know it's kind of everything's kind of up in the air. We're gonna wrap this portion of our main hour show for you guys. I'm gonna keep the live stream going because we have a little bit more for you, which I will just keep recording. We'll hit the recording going. I'll do a quick another 15 minutes or so for you. But for everybody who watched live, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for sticking.
Until they actually listen to what we're saying, stop calling us Nazis, stop demonizing us for having completely within the mainstream thoughts about these hot button issues. Yeah, fuck them.
There are people out there, Megan, who believe that you performed a minstrel show. There are people out there who believe that you would kill every single last transgender you could, and those people, if given a shot, would take it. Host of the Megyn Kelly Show on X at Megyn Kelly. Let's talk about this with someone who's been around for a long time as well, Megyn Kelly. Hey, Megyn, how are you?
Oh, Stephen, I'm hanging in there. How about you?
Same. Same. What are your thoughts of, you're someone who's done this, obviously been in more traditional media, Fox News, and when you're working at Main Network, and now on independent media. I don't call it new media anymore. It's just media. So you've been here a long time. Is this something that's completely unexpected to you, or have you sensed this shift too and saw, unfortunately, something like this happening?
Well, I mean, the threat profile has gone up for a lot of people who do what we do. I know you've experienced that. So have I. So have a lot of people who are doing it. But that doesn't change the fact that this feels like a before and after moment. That, I don't know, with President Trump, it's not that you expected an assassination attempt on him, but we have seen that with political figures before and presidents before. I just don't remember anything like this, where one of our most prominent public thought leaders, who's not a politician, who's not running for office, who's just commenting on news and cultural events, has been shot down for doing that. There's no question now in the wake of your reporting this morning, your exclusive, now matched ultimately by the Wall Street Journal too,
be heard
that
and
he was
be able to get
killed for his
try to argue their point
thoughts.
across and make
He was
sense of
killed
it.
for his speech. It's just so un-American and disgusting.
This was the
And now
least
we're going to go through
American
this
act that could possibly
pointless
be
cycle of the left trying to say it's right-wing rhetoric that has caused these problems, and we're all going to sit on the right like, what in the actual F are you talking about? And my gut feeling today is, I'm not even interested in them. I don't even give two shits what they have to say. I couldn't care less. It's all about us and how we feel and what we're going to do next.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's, for me, it's black and white. As much grace as possible for those on the right now, because emotions are high, and I see some people playing gotcha. Let's really avoid that. And zero grace for the left. None. Assume the worst of intentions going forward now. That's my opinion. Did you see just today that this just happened? Did you see CNN's coverage just now of the
cultural issues?
Cultural issues. Yeah.
That's what liars they are. That's what. It's like everyone knows, at this point, that they're so irrelevant and they're such just a dead medium. It just doesn't work, and they're not trusted, and they have no ratings, and they have no one special. But I mean, so close to this, you want to be part of the problem? So close. It hasn't even been 24 hours, and you want to lean into being part of the problem? Yeah. Like, we get the reveal, thanks to you, of what the motivation is, and that's where you want to go with it? You want to pretend it's something other than what it is? That's how we got here.
Yeah.
That's how we got into this mess. They are not going to be part of any solution.
No, they're not. There's no common ground. There's fighting back. And I said, this has been my change. And I know that we don't agree on all political issues, by the way, and I think that's why it's good for you to be here. 5 years ago, if someone were to say, you know what? And again, I've been very clear before you came on the show, not condoning, not supporting violence of any, just going out, not. But 5 years ago, if someone said, man, it looks like it's blood in the streets time, and we really have to, I would have been, whoa, that's a little bit sharp. That's a little radical. In not supporting and not condoning it today, when someone says it seems like there's blood in the streets and it's inevitable, I go, you know what? There are other ways, but I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
Does that seem extreme to you? It doesn't seem irrational to me, because our blood has been all over the streets for a long time, and until someone dies, they don't give a shit. They excuse it.
I know you're not rooting for it, and I'm not rooting for it either. You're saying, as a practical matter, wouldn't that be the next logical thing to expect, given how angry the right is, how victimized the right has been? I mean, truly, the left loves to play the victim. They love it when they're not. They invent fake ailments, disorders, etc., and claim victimization of white privilege and white anti-black racism all the time when it doesn't exist. We actually are being victimized. There's no other word for what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday.
Hunted.
He was hunted, and they victimized his beautiful wife and their beautiful children and all of us who loved him and his message. That's actual victimization, a word I hate, but it happens to apply here. But they don't see it. They don't see it. Like, I have had some people on the left reach out to me and say, I hope you're doing okay. I'm sorry. And whatever. I appreciate the sentiment, but like, until they actually listen to us, until they actually listen to what we're saying, stop calling us Nazis, stop demonizing us for having completely within the mainstream thoughts about these hot button issues. Yeah, fuck them. Like, what good does that do? It reminds me of when John Lennon was shot and his assassin was asked about it, and he said he was sorry. And it might have been Walter Cronkite, but it was one like serious newsman came on the TV afterward, and his first reaction, which was very rare for the time because they didn't express their feelings openly at the time, was, and what good does that do?
Yeah.
And honestly, that's the feeling I'm having in response to almost all of those sentiments today.
Yeah. I got a couple of those texts. I got one from somebody who was actively involved with the doxing of the house where my children sleep. Hope you're safe.
Oh, come on. Stop it.
Yeah. That's what we live through. And that's what I know you live through. I mean, I hope it's not a sore spot, but I've talked about you. It's just another microcosm with you and your people saying that Megyn Kelly's a white supremacist, you're Diana Ross coming. I go, do you realize that she was talking about girls who were fans at Halloween back in the day dressing up as Diana Ross because they loved her? And she was saying, isn't that something, like, that's not racist? And she was made to be a white supremacist for that? Here's the thing, that drip. There are people out there, Megyn, who believe that you performed a minstrel show. There are people out there who believe that you would kill every single last transgender you could. And those people, if given a shot,
they would take
it.
Yep.
They'd take it. And that's where we are.
It's infuriating. They do it. They do it with impunity, and they're never going to stop doing it. They don't care how many people they hurt. They have an agenda that they serve, and they serve it like a Satan's disciple. I mean, they'll never stop. They look what they did to John McCain. Look what they did to Mitt Romney. Look what they do to Donald Trump, who honestly is more of a Democrat than any Republican president we've ever had.
Yeah.
Right. But it's still not good enough. It doesn't matter. They're celebrating on the left. I don't even have the stomach to go on Blue Sky and see what they're saying right now about Charlie. I don't understand the lack of humanity in these people, and they're not going to stop. Like that instinct that we saw on MSNBC between Katie Tur and Matthew Dowd to dehumanize Charlie, literally within moments of him nearly getting his head blown off. I don't understand what that is. That's not human. Those are not two human people I can relate to or understand in any way. There's no getting along with them. There's only defeating them. That's all there is. That can be the only mission right now.
You're right. Yep. And you know what? This act of violence against Charlie, and I'm not saying that there's a silver lining anywhere in any of this, but I will say that's an admission that they've lost, the left. It's an admission that they lost the war of ideas, and so this is what they resort to, and they do it because they're evil. If they're taking
evil.
out someone who's
They can't
sitting
use
at a
their
table,
words.
expressing
they can't be
ideas,
smart enough to use any
that
other
means
words
they know that they can't win
racist,
on ideas.
homophobic.
That's what I understand, and I do understand that people are evil. I think
transphobic.
I came up under the tutelage of Breitbart. I was
Islamophobic,
always,
whatever. So they just
comedy
want
club
to say
and
that
online
you have
guy.
a fear of something.
And you just have to fight. These people they don't care.
Trying to
They
speak
don't
fear
care.
into your life.
There is true evil. Doesn't mean all people who vote Democrats, but people in the media, the people you're describing, the way I understand it is they have a heart of evil. And that's where I'm at. And I know you have a heart out, but please tell me that you are doing everything that you can to be safe. And this is the frog jumping out of the boiling water, but I really do hope that everyone out there who has a profile is very cautious right now, because this person is still out there.
I know. Thank you, Stephen. And honestly, when I saw truly the motivation behind the assassination too, of course, I wondered, would somebody be next? And do we need to, take this into serious consideration? And of course we are. So yes, we're amplifying our security, just like I think most people on the right are doing. And you know what? That's a uniquely right phenomenon. I don't think the hosts of The View are worried about that shit today. I don't want them to have to worry about it, to be clear.
Right.
But I mean, our side
They say
doesn't do
some
that
wild
to them.
things.
We talk about them like, that's a lunatic idea. That's insane. This is crazy what they're saying. We don't start calling them Nazis. This is like the amount of dangerous rhetoric that they throw on our side over the most milquetoast benign things. You know, it's like it's not enough for them to diminish or criticize. They have to ruin and endanger.
What's with this term milk toast? Why is it becoming popular again? Like, I've been hearing it a lot the past couple of weeks. Milk toast. What even is milk toast?
Danger our side. Like that's
Sorry,
where we're at.
sidetrack. Yeah.
Where now you've got half the figures on the right who have to walk around with teams of armed security. It's just beyond effed up. But yeah, I am definitely taking precautions.
All right. Well, thank you, Megan. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the words. And I know that you've been praying for the Kirk family. I know you have a show to go do, the Megyn Kelly show here in 10 minutes. So thank you for taking the time, and I'm sure
Anytime.
we'll all be in touch. Megyn Kelly, everybody.
Anytime, Stephen. Stay well.
Oh, you're still here watching this.
Charlie's message: get married, have kids, stop partying into oblivion, leave a legacy, be courageous. Happy Sunday, July 27th. Candace, you are so stupid. It's just such a big picture. And they did. They created 10 million Charlie Kirks. But Candace Owens, stop being an idiot, please. This guy, Mighty Keefe. Charlie Kirk was a very evil man. He spent most of his career dividing this country with race-baiting rhetoric. That's you guys. That's the left. Defending pedophiles. He was not defending pedophiles by any means. And advocating for genocide. There is no genocide to advocate for. I'll be honest and say it's hard to find sympathy for a person who didn't even see me as human. I don't think murder is ever the right course of action. Though I will not miss Charlie Kirk, but I don't think he deserved to die. Hopefully this country will one day come together instead of feeding into the division most political commentators and figureheads spew out. This is just my opinion, but with all of the unhinged psychotic posts celebrating the shooting, Keefe doesn't seem that crazy. We shouldn't expect people to make the guy out to be a saint if they didn't like him, and he clearly states what was done is wrong. Bigger fish to fry, in my opinion. The problem, in my honest opinion, isn't whether people saw him as a saint. It's that they're kicking a man while his family is mourning. Saying he didn't deserve to die while still calling him evil and justifying the hate just adds fuel to the ongoing fire. That's not bigger fish to fry. To me, that's exactly part of why the culture feels so completely broken. One part of this has you angry. What I disagree with is your angle. This isn't the time to smear someone who was just killed, especially when his wife and kids are mourning. Have some effing respect. Blanketly tossing awful things about him when he was a guy who just wanted to have conversations is disgusting. Hate his politics all you want, but taking a victory lap while a family is grieving is wild. The fact you can't see this shows the world exactly why you're a POS. The dude didn't do a effing thing wrong. I'm done with you, man. Let's see. I have the freedom to speak how I feel about the actions of another person. Yeah, I mean, it was uncalled for. Why did he get fired? Wow, look at that obese piece of crap. Nothing pretty about you, honey. Yeah, lady needs to go.
Who once said, guns save lives after a school shooting. Charlie was someone who was willing to debate and downplay the death of George Floyd in the hands of Minneapolis police.
I think he called him a scumbag.
Right, have no regard.
Because he was a
downplay
scumbag.
slavery and what Black people have gone through in this country by saying Juneteenth should
You
never
weren't
exist.
even there for it.
And I think there are a lot of people.
People, disgusting. Dating bags bother you? Muhammad returned to the dust that he came from. This isn't fair. What do you mean it's not fair? Christians don't say crazy things. Some non-Christians do. People that claim to be Christians do. But there's a reality in the Bible that people don't seem to want to face.
That consistently put people's lives in danger with the bullshit platform that he was given by all of you racist goofies. This has nothing to do with conservative versus liberal. This has nothing to do with Democrat versus Republican. This has nothing to do with the left versus the right, because that's what y'all gonna prop it up as. And the alleged suspect is an old white guy. But
It's
the
not.
mainstream media won't be talking about white-on-white violence. They won't be talking about gun control. They're going to say there was an isolated incident by a lone shooter. And they're going to hold off the identity for as long as they can, and it's going to end up being a white guy. But we're not talking about these dangerous white men that just decide to get a gun and just start killing people. We're not going to be gaslit to feel bad about a terrible person.
Yeah.
Is what happened to him sad?
No. Done with Twitter. Twitter's making me sick. People make me sick. Oh, Brett.
Hi guys. This is a video that I did not expect to be making today. It's a video I didn't expect to make ever. But obviously I did not feel right just releasing a maternity leave episode today, and I didn't even feel right not putting anything on the channel when there's so much to be said, and we are deeply mourning as a country.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I even have the right things to say today, but I'm going to try to express what I'm feeling, and what some of you might be feeling as well. But I'm sure you know by now that Charlie Kirk was assassinated yesterday on September 10th. He was doing one of his college events in Utah, and he was shot from what they're saying was over 200 yards away. There are videos that are circulating online. They are absolutely horrific. This doesn't look like it was something that was haphazard. It was a clean shot. This individual was clearly trained in some capacity. Reports say that he was airlifted to a hospital and they did emergency surgery, but with where the bullet entered him, he would have just lost too much blood. You know, I've said this before, but one of the most incredible things when you meet somebody who has a big online presence or is a prolific individual is when they are just, like when you meet them in person, that they are just the way that they portray themselves online. And that was Charlie. There's so many people in this world, in this movement that I have met that do live up to their online, personas. There are many who do not, unfortunately, and Charlie was one of the ones who did. He was an incredible friend and mentor to so many people. He gave so many individuals their starts.
Thank you.
He was incredibly generous with his support and his resources. I mean, we have seen, stories come out of the woodwork over the past 24 hours of, messages that Charlie had sent people dating back 10 years, offering support, wanting to collaborate with them, finding people on TikTok, people, students who had been canceled, offering them a lending hand. He truly went out of his way to do good and to support good people who are trying to do good things in the world. I unfortunately didn't get to know Charlie on a deeply personal level. I knew him obviously through work. My experiences with him were always incredible. He was one of the first people when I left Daily Wire who reached out, not in any kind of business capacity, but truly just to say, I'm here for you. I don't know what's going on, but I'm excited for you and let me know if you need anything. And the last time I saw him was obviously at these turning point events. And again, he was just always so incredibly gracious. And I keep seeing people online saying that this just feels different even than Trump's assassination attempt. And I think that that's because, and it sounds so bad to say, but it's not that we have expected hits on presidents, but that is something that is, has occurred a lot in our history as a country. But to see a man who was a commentator, who was an activist, who was in politics but was not a politician, to see him murdered in broad daylight is a completely different story. And, forgive me because I'm 23 years old and I didn't live through these events, but, my generation, we haven't had a MLK event. We did not, we didn't witness the assassination of Kennedy.
You saw the Twin Towers.
And I feel like this moment
She's a little young for that, I
feels
think.
like one of those. Again, if you lived through those, you can let me know. But this was a person who was larger than life, who was so prolific, who genuinely only wanted to make the world a better place. I think what was so incredible about Charlie is that his work was not about winning. It wasn't about politics at the core of it. It was about trying to promote goodness in the world and trying to promote understanding. He was a man who based his entire career, his entire life's work, his company's life's work, his organization's life's work on the basis of democratic debate, of understanding. And I know that you might have seen, hit pieces on him. You might have seen clips. I'm sure many of you are fans. Maybe you're watching this and you were not a fan of his. But beyond those clips, at the events that he did across the country that he, traveled tirelessly to do, at those events was a man who just wanted to understand, who cared for every student who came up to the microphone, who would listen to their stories, who would respond with empathy, who would laugh with them, who would cry with them when they would share stories. He would debate in good faith. And I go on social media right now and I see individuals who disagreed with him, but who did go to his debates, and they're saying the exact same thing. Like, I went and I, had a preconceived notion of this man and his beliefs, and I walked away being so surprised by how well I was treated. And that was Charlie. More than anything else, he wanted to encourage people to have courage, to have faith, and to seek goodness, and to be empowered. And he especially wanted to empower young people to stand strong in their beliefs. And he lived that every single day. I'm sure that he had many threats against his life. I know that that is something that he and his family were deeply concerned about. And yet he still showed up every single day because he had something that he believed in and because he was courageous. And that is an incredible, incredible thing. There's a video that's circulating from an event that he did. I'm not sure when it was, but a woman asked him why he comes out and he does these events, why he sits at this table and lets people come up and just debate him, why he sits here for hours and hours on end. And his response was incredible, and it's so significant for this moment, because he said, when we stop having conversations, that is when violence begins. And unfortunately, that could not be more true. Charlie did incredible, incredible things. He made incredible progress. He was so incredibly effective. That is why they hated him. That is why they feared him. And even with all the progress he made, even with all of the debating, all of the dialogue, there's still such dark, heinous violence. But we'll play this video here, and I'll let you guys watch.
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
And following that, I also want to share a clip. This is actually from the Iced Coffee Hour podcast, and Jack Selby asked Charlie, if it all went away tomorrow, how would you want to be remembered? What would you want your legacy to be? And I'm not sure if you guys have seen that clip yet, but I think it's really important that you do.
How do you want to be remembered?
I mean, if I die?
Everything just goes away. How would you, if you could be associated with one thing, how would you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life.
I can say without a doubt, Charlie, that will be his legacy. He was such a good man. He was a titan. He was a lion for what he believed in, and he was courageous until the very end.
Yeah.
To show up in such heated political climates, especially everything that we have been seeing over the past, couple of days, the last few months, the last year, to continue showing up, to sit in front of crowds and crowds of people, thousands of people, to know that your life is at risk and to still stand strong in your beliefs. That is how he will be remembered.
Yeah.
And I also just want to say it has been a very heavy few days between Charlie's assassination, between the events in Charlotte and everything that we have seen, between the shooting at the Catholic school last week. There was a shooting in Colorado at a school yesterday. It is just so abundantly clear that we live in a very, very sick society right now. And so that just means that there is a lot of work to do. And we will keep doing that. and we will keep fighting and encouraging people to be better and to be healthy and to find empowerment and to stand strongly in their beliefs, because that is what Charlie would want, and that is also what we should all be striving for as individuals, as communities, and as a country. So I am praying with you all. I am praying for Charlie's beautiful wife, Erica, and his 2 children, all of his close friends, and I'm praying for our country, because obviously we need it. Okay, I will see you guys soon. Bye.
Crazy. It looks like World War III is about to kick off on top of it all. You know, Charlie was a real inspiration.
And so I'm a little shook. Like I didn't even set my stream up until probably like 20, 30 minutes ago. Yeah. So everybody sees the news. Charlie was unalived. He was shot. He died, leaving behind his wife and his 2 kids. It's tough, man. I was just saying here on TikTok, it's the same spirit, but different skin. That same spirit attacking the LGBT woke movement is that same spirit that's in Islam that wants to unalive and persecute the Christians. And
Yep, it is the same evilness across the board. Sorry guys, switch up on batteries out.
those who criticize Muhammad, you can't beat us, you can't refute us, so you got to try to kill us. That same spirit that was in the Pharisees that delivered Jesus over to the Gentile Romans to have him crucified, the same spirit in those Jews who had Stephen stoned and unalived, the same spirit in those who had James unalived, that same spirit.
Yep, we were just talking about that this
Paul
morning.
and the other apostles unalived. It's that same spirit, just different skin. Different skin.
Some of the people doing the same thing.
The believers, especially the ones that's making a difference, the ones that are out there in the front lines. And I can understand if you're in a, you know, under Roman occupation, I can understand you getting martyred like that. If you're, you know, within a Muslim country,
in a Muslim country,
and you're out there preaching the gospel boldly and loud in front of the Kaaba or something, I got, you know, you're probably not gonna make it out of there. But you at a college campus in what is supposed to be known as the free country that promotes so-called free speech, and you get martyred at a college. Someone snipes you at a college. You're not running for president. You're not. You have no
political office at all.
What you have done is you have transformed or helped transform and start this movement of free discussion and criticism, facts over feelings. And you get martyred at a college campus. And that's what happens. You get martyred at a college campus, not for inciting violence, not for, you know, starting up a movement against the government or something like that. You are criticizing certain social worldviews, speaking truth, waking up the masses, encouraging and inspiring a bunch of young people to also consider these ideas and think critically and not allow the popular social narrative to guide the way you think and move and live, but challenging these things. You get martyred at a college campus.
Yep.
So, like I say to my ex-Muslim brothers and sisters who have come to Christ and, are persecuted and called all kind of things out of your name and, all that kind of stuff. It's the same for those who used to support the LGBT, movement and the trans movement, and they came out of that. And now those same people that they used to be friends with and support start reviling them and saying all kind of vile things and, harassing them. You guys are in good company. Charlie Kirk, you're in good company because Jesus said it. He already told us. He said, they did it to me first, so they're going to do it to you. They hated me, so they're going to hate you.
Yep.
They persecuted me and the prophets, so they're going to do the same to you. Here's the attitude that we should have in this. Even though this is sad, even though we're grieving, we lose a brother or a sister, it's just anybody. We're just a human being martyred like this. Yes, exactly. This type of hate crime. We still rejoice in the Lord.
Amen.
We still take refuge in the Lord. We still delight in the Lord because we know that we're on the right side.
Yeah.
They can unalive us. They can imprison us, put us in chains, but we already won. Christ already won the
battle's
victory.
already fought.
It's just
Thank
a matter
God
of
I do
time
so
before
much.
he comes, cracks the sky holding his heavyweight division belt, championship belt, showing the world. Told you. We rejoice in the Lord, guys. We grieve. We grieve the loss of our brothers and sisters. We grieve it. Look, even a Muslim just said, you next, Logic. I rejoice in this. We rejoice in this.
Mm-hmm.
God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of love and a sound mind. We have power and we boast in the Lord. And because of this, when this stuff happens, guess what? We get louder. We get bigger. We get stronger. This should ignite all of you guys who are familiar with who Charlie Kirk is. This should ignite something in you to want to get up, get out, and spread the gospel, spread the truth, and be unapologetic about it. All right. So those are my words, man. God bless his family. Prayers to his wife and his kids that he's leaving behind. It's really sad. But let's show support to that family, guys. Let's show support to that family. Yeah. Let's pray for them. Let's lift them up in prayer. And let's carry on. Let's carry on what Charlie Kirk was doing. Let's continue. Pray for all of us that are on the front lines. That could be any of us.
Take up this banner. Keep going forward.
Any of us. It could be any of us. Right? Me, David Wood, IP, Vocab. All the type of guys that are out there in the front lines hitting the street. It can be any of us. And we know that. Keep us in your prayers. Keep us in your prayers. Yeah. Pray that God guards us. He protects us. Keep us in your prayers. But we all know that we are not exempt from any type of persecution and martyrdom. We're not exempt.
No.
We just love the Lord and we love his people and we love human beings and we want them to be saved. Yes. So despite the danger, despite the threats that we get from Muslims and the LGBT and the woke and the left, despite all this, we love them enough to risk our lives and honor the Lord in that way and plant the seed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get to some super chats here. We got prayers for Kirk, for the Kirk family. We need more love in this hateful world.
Yeah. We do. We do need more love in this hateful world. It makes me even more angry seeing people celebrate his death.
Yeah, John, it seems the manhunt could be tightening on the alleged shooter. As you noted, the FBI offering that $100,000 reward, asking for the public's help to identify this person of interest, and they tweeted that picture out. We can show you here. Take a close look at this individual. If anyone recognizes him, the FBI wants you to call 1-800-CALL-FBI, and they say no tip is too big or too small. They are looking literally for any kind of information you might have. Now, here's the latest that we've learned so far. Investigators say they've been able to track the suspect's movement through stairwells to the roof where they believe the shooting took place. Then he was believed to have jumped off the building's roof and moved away from campus, and they believe he could now be in a nearby neighborhood. They say they have good video,
Right
images, and
clicking for some
impressions,
stupid
and have
reason. I have
recovered
no
the alleged
control over like
weapon
the right
that
half of
fired
my
the fatal
hand. It's
shot.
weird.
Is a
I do and I don't.
bolt-action rifle.
Like if it's arresting, it's not actually
that rifle
arresting.
was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis.
Now, about those messages, John, multiple sources confirmed to Fox that investigators are looking at what appears to be written messages on both the gun and the ammunition. The content of the messages is unclear, and the FBI is not commenting. And we're getting that
it looked
better
pretty clear
visual
on camera
of where
that it
investigators
was
believe the shot
trans
came
activist.
from. They've zeroed in on the rooftop of this building you see here on the right of your screen, the Low C Center on campus. It is about 200 yards away from where Charlie was speaking under a tent in an open area, with the shooter having a potential direct line of sight. Now we are awaiting that press conference, John, which we thought would be in about 40 minutes from now, but we're getting word just at the moment that may be being pushed back. So we're watching and waiting. John?
All right, Griff Jenkins with the latest for us. Griff, thank you for the update. Appreciate it. Sandra?
They need to find this man, get him off the street,
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here.
and prepare to get him strung up in a tree somewhere. Oh, Doc. Always with.
It's Dr. Disrespect. Ladies and
He
gentlemen,
has a way of being theatrical.
issue with the Lamborghini today. 185 miles per hour, 6-speed. Yeah, things can happen. And they did today. So, I had to use one of my other modes of transportation to get to the arena for today's trademarked triple threat challenge. You see, nothing's gonna stop us. I'm already in a flow state. And I haven't even started yet. Ladies and gentlemen, just hold tight.
Yeah. There's been some upgrades. A little sneak preview of the brand new $2.5 billion arena right behind me. Hell of a view, isn't it? Got my helicopter right there. We've got I don't know. It's caught. Oh God, I wasn't. Oh. It's already bubbling, and you know what that means, champs. We're excited for today's challenge. We flip-phoned each other and we hashed things out. Nate Shot and I. We hashed things out. We did. And you know what? It was on me. I accept it. Because some of you were trying to like convince me that he was saying stuff or whatever in the chat, and I never really like it like accumulated over a couple streams, right? And so I just assumed like, yeah, maybe he did say something and I didn't catch it, whatever, and I just started calling him out. And he never did, champs. And so Nate Shot, respectfully, was a little upset with the 2-time. Me being the 6'8" gaming great and really good looking, and highly successful and dominant and athletic and creative.
So humble.
Just really good looking. I said, you know what? That's on me. I never confirmed. I never did my research to confirm or anything. You know what, Nate Shot? You're right. It's on me. That's the type of person I am, champs. You just got to keep moving. Forgive and forget, keep moving.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God, it's the 2-time. There he is.
Oh my God! Holy shit! Woo!
This game's difficult. It's too much for me to play. It looks fun, but it looks way too... yeah. Almost as fast as Apex, maybe a little bit faster. Gotta love the doc. And of course, good old Tim Boy. Like them both.
A political assassination.
Yeah, maybe we can play a video game or two.
Charlie Kirk, and obviously we're following it all closely here on Live Now from Fox. And as we are also monitoring right now,
I'm stuck on a boss in PoE 2 though.
A live look in the Bronx as Yankee Stadium will be filled with fans, and also the President of the United States tonight as he is in attendance for this on 9/11.
Or we could work on my new craft that I'm going to be trying to do.
An anniversary of those tragic terrorist attack, the World
Which will be working on stained glass. Trying to put some stained glass pieces together.
Early in the morning there on September 11th.
Got some different color glass here that I'm going to cut up and
their newscast about what to expect.
make little lamps and just other things to kind of like sell.
President Trump traveling to Yankee Stadium tonight to watch the Yankees take on the Detroit Tigers.
And security at the stadium beefed up as the president, the city, and the nation observe the 24th anniversary of the September 11th terror attacks. Fox 5 team coverage begins right now.
And good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. 24 years later, we remember the nearly 3,000 lives stolen in the attacks.
Okay, we begin our coverage at 5 with Antoine Lewis in Lower Manhattan, where people have been paying their respects all day. Antoine.
Steve and Natasha, they are still doing that. We're going to give you a look at all of this attention that's going on, respectfully being carried out here at the North Pool in Lower Manhattan. And as you pointed out, they've been paying respects. They've been taking pictures. They've been etching the names that are emboldened along the rim of the North Pool here. And this day is always a somber event. And for many, even after 24 years, it just simply remains a very hard day. Now, the memories and the emotions return for all of those that were here today for the annual recitation of the names of the nearly 3,000 lives that were lost when the towers fell 24 years ago. And for some of those, many of those that were doing the reading of those names, they were honoring loved ones that they simply never even had a chance to meet. Take a listen.
And my grandfather, Edward Joseph Popper. Grandpa Eddie, even though I never knew you, I still feel your presence in my daily life. From the times when I get the hiccups and my mom says you're visiting me, to the moments my mom gets a good parking spot and we say you're a parking attendant in the sky.
And my grandmother, Louise A. Lynch, who will forever be in our hearts, and every day I ask my mom for another thing to learn about her.
And again, as you come back to us live, you can see the flowers are being planted. Little American flags are also being put into some of the names there. And then before we go, I want to just share with you a moment that touched me. On the way to getting into place for this live shot, as I was walking down into this spot, I actually saw a woman walking in my direction, facing me, and she was crying. She was sobbing. She was wiping her eyes. And then just, it caught my eye, and I just dropped my head, being respectful. And then another lady just walked right in front of me and went over to her and gave her a hug. So it's that type of emotion that's been on display, and just sums up just how many people react and respond when this day comes around. This is the very latest from Lower Manhattan. Steve and Natasha will send things now back inside to you.
All right, just listening in there to our Fox 5 team, a live look there in the Bronx, as we did see Air Force One soon to get wheels up to head to New York City. They're concerned about security there on the hand, telling attendees to arrive early. But obviously it is a somber day in New York City, but it's a somber day around the country from coast to coast here on this September 11th. Let's take you right now out to our Fox 29 team. Jennifer Lee there. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And obviously so many powerful stories out there.
Living in history. Can't believe it's already in history.
Tell us, what were you reporting on today?
Hello, Andy. Thank you so much for having us. And you're right, we heard a powerful testimony today. Janelle Guzman McMillan, she was the last survivor first responders pulled out from Ground Zero, and she was stuck under the debris of the towers for 27 hours. She shared that powerful testimony before an audience, more than 100 people here in Camden County, New Jersey at Camden County College. And, eyes, they were full of tears there as well, including hers as she recounted those moments, those horrific moments. She said she was working on the 64th floor of the North Tower. At the time, she was only 30 years old, and she was working for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. She said they did start feeling shakes and did hear news of the planes crashing into the towers, but she said it wouldn't be for about an hour before they began evacuating down the stairwell. They would only make it to the 13th floor, and that's when the North Tower also collapsed. And she was under all of that rubble. She describes the dead silence, the excruciating pain. Again, 27 hours of withstanding that fear, that pain, being all alone, trapped. And she said that there was a miraculous moment when she tried to lift her hand. She said that there was a person who grabbed it, and she still to this day has been looking for that person over 24 years and has not found him. His name was Paul, and she believes he was actually an angel. And she actually wrote a memoir, a book, where she describes this angel in the rubble. So again, just this powerful story of survival from 24 years ago on 9/11.
Appears to have crashed into.
The 9/11 commemoration at Camden County College kicked off with video of this tragic day in America, eyes tearful in the audience. Then the opportunity to hear from the last survivor who was pulled out of Ground Zero, Janelle Guzman McMillan.
And the last thing I did, I made one more phone call to my boyfriend. I didn't get him. So I left a message and I told him, And I love him.
In 2001, Guzman McMillan was 30 years old working for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey on the 64th floor of the World Trade Center North Tower. She and her coworkers began evacuating when the South Tower started collapsing, but they would only make it to the 13th floor stairwell before the North Tower came falling too.
They knocked me to the floor and everything just kept tumbling harder and harder. And all the dust, the darkness, I couldn't see nothing.
Guzman McMillan was trapped under the debris for 27 hours in excruciating pain and darkness. She was ready to give up, but says a miracle came her way during this life or death moment.
Miraculous thing happened. My right hand being there, someone grabbed me by my hand and they called me by my name. And they told me his name.
Shortly after, Guzman McMillan says first responders pulled her out and saved her. She wrote a memoir in 2010 titled Angel in the Rubble and shares her story to encourage others to live with purpose.
To hear that it turned her life around instead of it being something that impacted her in a negative way and made her someone fearful, but instead it really inspired her to change her life.
I wasn't fearful at all after. I knew I was here for a reason. I knew I was here for a reason, and I knew there was a plan and a purpose in my life, and I wanted to share the story.
Cool. All right, let's see what Stephen Smith has to say.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the latest edition of the Stephen A. Smith Show, coming at you courtesy of SiriusXM Channel 82 Mad Dog Sports Radio. Number to call up, as always, is 888 Mad Dog 6. That's 888 Mad Dog 6. That's 888-623-3646. And also, if you want to send in your voicemail messages because you can't get me on the line, you can always go to SiriusXM.com/GetSerious. That's SiriusXM.com/GetSerious to send in your voicemail messages. I'll even grade them. And if you attach your phone number to you, I might even call you back and put you on the air to hear what you have to say. Normally, as you well know, I'm somebody that comes out like a bat out of hell. I love doing radio. I love being back at Mad Dog Sports Radio. I like to lead with my passion and my fervor to really start the day, start the afternoon, so to speak. But if I sound a little bit, if not a lot, different, you can use the word melancholy, you can use the word sad or whatever. It's because I'm not in that kind of mood today. I'm going to be real. I'm going to be authentic. I'm going to be my true Stephen A. self. Whoever the hell I am is who I am. That's the way it goes. And I'm sitting up here this afternoon, the afternoon on the East Coast, the morning on the West Coast, and I want to thank the world of sports. We got a Thursday night game coming up tonight, Washington Commanders against the Green Bay Packers, and I know that, and I'm getting ready to talk about that. We've got news emanating out of the NBA involving Kawhi Leonard. I'm going to talk about that. The WNBA season is coming to an end. How much that means to you, if anything at all, without the services of Caitlin Clark. I'm going to talk about that, along with, of course, I'm in Vegas as we speak, in our SiriusXM Vegas studios, because I'm here for the big fight between Saul Canelo Alvarez, defending his 168-pound super middleweight championship against Terrence Crawford, undefeated at 41-0 with 31 KOs, which may be the fight of the decade. So we're all looking forward to talking about those things, but that's not what's on my mind. What's on my mind was the shooting that happened yesterday in Utah. And we can slice it any way we want to, but what a horrific thing to see. It's all over the news. It's all over YouTube. It's everywhere.
Yep.
And I challenge anybody to take a look at that and tell me that you didn't cringe. I'm happy about sports today because it's supposed to be a reprieve, something that pulls you away from life's travails and what truly, truly ails us all. And I'm not going to get into any politics or anything like that. SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio ain't the place for that. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to be honest with the listeners out there everywhere to let you know that sports isn't the only thing on my mind, but I'm ecstatic that I'm still entrenched in the world of sports, and I get to talk about games and marvelous professional and collegiate athletes and storylines that ultimately make you say, come hell or high water, at the end of the day, it's just a game. There's real life stuff going on in this world. And we saw a right-wing conservative host, because that's what he was, and that's what they labeled Charlie Kirk. And we saw this man speaking in Utah at Utah Valley University. And we saw him struck by a bullet in his neck. We saw blood gushing out immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't take long before he was pronounced dead at the age of 31, courtesy of an assassin's bullet. A bullet from a rifle that was lodged against him from 200 yards away. The part that really resonates with me, outside of the obvious, is that he had two children, younger than 5 years of age.
Yep.
Both were in attendance and saw their father get gunned down. He had a wife, their mother, who was in attendance, who saw her husband get gunned down. In the world that we're living in today, I don't care who you are. You're white, you're black, you're Hispanic, you're Asian, you're Native American, you're Jewish, you're Catholic, you're Christian. I don't care. At some point in time, the one thing that sports needs to remind us about, the importance, the appreciation that we should all embrace, is how it brings all of us together. No matter your color or creed, no matter your ethnicity, no matter your upbringing, your background, et cetera, when you wear the same uniform as somebody else, when you play in the same league as another contemporary, when the sacrifices that you make to elevate yourself to a certain level is something that's mirrored by hundreds, if not thousands, of other individuals out there, reminds us all that we're all God's children. And that universally, when we see something like that transpired, we got to collectively come together and understand that the world that we're witnessing and the world that we're living in is pretty damn messed up.
Yep.
And there's a lot more love and a lot more brotherhood and sisterhood and humanity that goes on in this world that doesn't. Yet, the few who are evil amongst us are the ones that screech and make the most noise.
Yep.
And it's affecting us in a way where it's getting to a point where you're going to get scared to walk out in the streets. You're going to get scared to show love and affection and even to say hello to your fellow man and woman, your neighbor. And sports is so important now more than ever before, because you know something? When you look at Lambeau Field tonight in Green Bay, Wisconsin, when the Green Bay Packers host the Washington Commanders, you had better believe 60,000 plus are going to be at that stadium. You had better believe that millions are going to be watching. You had better believe that whether it's on radio or television or anywhere else, you're going to see people talking about the game. And it's important because it shows this common ground. There's a common denominator. There's a common love and affection. Sports is worth a multi-billion-dollar industry, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, whether it's baseball, for a reason. Because it brings us joy. And it reminds us all how we can truly get along. And that the vitriol and the evil and the viciousness that exists in this world, it ain't the many, it's the few. But it also needs to remind us that we got to come together and speak up and speak out against those evil people, against those with evil tendencies, against those who are insidious and iniquitous and looking to do anything they can to harm us and the fabric of our society.
Yeah, they're trying to ruin the democracy. These people are trying to kill free speech, trying to make it impossible to speak your mind and speak your opinions and debate over these herring controversies, making it difficult. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm a black man born in America. I know what problems that exist in this country. But I also know there's far more good people than there are bad people in this country, regardless of who you are, what your ethnic background is. White, black, Hispanic, and beyond. I'm in a studio here in Las Vegas, and I'm looking outside, and I see people looking at me and smiling and saying, "What's up, Stephen?" They don't look anything like me. And I don't care, because they're showing me love, and I'm showing love right back to them. At some point in time, we got to recognize, can't just speak about it. Can't just give lip service to when such a vile act takes place. And we're going to give lip service to the tragedy of the moment, and then within 24 hours, we move on with our lives like nothing happened. Something did happen. Don't care what his political beliefs were. I don't care what he felt.
Or something.
I care about the fact that a man was gunned down in front of two of his children who are 5 years of age or less. That he's dead at the age of 31. That his wife is a widow. That his children are fatherless. Because his ideas and his beliefs differed from somebody else, apparently. And then I'm going online and I'm seeing people celebrating it.
Mm-hmm.
Shame. Shame on you. I have a job to do when I'm on Mad Dog Sports Radio to talk sports, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. But make no mistake about it, when I say that I'm a conscientious observer, that I'm an American citizen, that I'm just somebody who cares, and I'm somebody who believes in and tries to promote the importance of having a core decency attached to every one of us as human beings. I mean it. I mean it. Props to the New York Yankees organization last night for having a moment of silence. If you're a left winger instead of a right winger, you might not have liked that. You're missing the point.
Yep.
This man was shot and killed from 200 yards away in front of his wife and children, and thousands of
All
onlookers
over social media.
who had come to see him, Mr. Charlie Kirk, who had been going from campus to campus, simply debating his ideas against those who might differ from him. That's all. And his life was taken. He's gone at 31. Just
Too young.
because he expressed thoughts that differed from somebody else, apparently.
And CNN's
some
telling
might
it
blame it because, oh my
because
God,
one of
he's
his
friends
supporters
with
was
the president.
celebrating by firing a gun. Bull.
And they may not be a Donald Trump supporter. I'm saying bump all that. He's a human being living in the United States of America. This is America. We're not supposed to condone stuff like this.
No.
We're not supposed to say it's okay. I don't give a damn who you are, black, white, or anything in between. You're a human being. That's your fellow man and fellow woman out there. That's your fellow brother and fellow sister out there. You got no business thinking like that. And you damn sure have no business doing something as heinous as that shooter who's still on a loose, by the way. So I applaud the New York Yankees for having a moment of silence. I hope the FBI and law enforcement catch this individual and do what needs to be done with him, whatever that may be. We will go on with our lives because that's the way things go. We will discuss sports on this channel, on this show, because it's what we do. It's what the listener is looking for, as they should. But it
Just
doesn't
trying to
mean
chase a
that
bicyclist.
along the way, you strip yourself of your own humanity and you negate recalling and remembering who you are and what you stand for and what's most important. And that's caring enough about yourself and your fellow man and your fellow woman never to inflict violence upon anybody, never to do something like this, and certainly never to celebrate it. Sports does so much for us. It doesn't just give us something to cheer about. It's the fact that it allows us to cheer together.
Oh, thank you. Wasn't sure if
You're
you got
going
my
to see
text or
Green
not.
Bay fans at Lambeau Field tonight
Uh,
in all
I
colors,
didn't see you,
shapes, and
sorry.
sizes. You're going to see the same thing when the Commanders host a game or one of the other 32 NFL teams do the same. And the NBA season comes, you're going to see that too. And as the Major League Baseball playoffs are forthcoming, you're going to see that too. And right here on SiriusXM Mad Dog Sports Radio, my background is entirely different than Mad Dog Russo. I imagine if we probed one another and we spoke about such things, our politics might be a little bit different. The same applies to Adam Shine. The same applies to Katie Nolan. The same applies to Steve Torrey and a bunch of other folks, and Eric Spitzer and everybody else associated with SiriusXM, Mad Dog Sports Radio, and all of SiriusXM. Howard Stern included and everybody else, including Megyn Kelly. I don't care. They're good people. I'm proud to know them. I'm proud to be on Mad Dog Sports Radio. I'm proud to call that man my brother from another mother. At some point in time, we got to remember that and remember to remind one another that there's far more love in this world than hate. And not allow evil and hate to dominate us and to strip us
of our
of what
humanity.
truly makes us the greatest nation in the world. It's that mosaic that we live under, a willingness to embrace any and all and find a way to agree without being disagreeable. Not even because we may want to all the time, but because we know it's what's best for a society to be civilized and positioned to prosper. Someone forgot about that yesterday in murdering Charlie Kirk. Others forgot about it by parading online and celebrating an evil, vile occurrence. Most of us are better than that.
Yep, I don't have a problem. Trump shuts it down. Finds those people, ruins their lives. What? No, it's not. Why Snowpiercer is a sequel to Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Mine's the unofficial. Mine's the unofficial.
Oh, that's gonna be gone.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker at a pivotal and unsettling moment in modern American history as investigators are searching for the person who assassinated conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Americans are grappling with the terrifying rise in political violence, and as elected leaders face questions about their own safety and the inflammatory rhetoric that has become part of our political discourse.
Yeah,
So first, the
ones
latest on
that
the
you have been spewing. Like, these people don't look inward whatsoever.
investigation, the FBI releasing these photos, you see them there, of what it calls a person of interest in yesterday's fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Authorities say they've made a number of breakthroughs in the search for who shot and killed the 31-year-old father and Trump ally, seen here interacting with the crowd just moments before the shooting. Police have recovered the weapon believed to have been used, a high-powered bolt-action rifle, as well as the suspected shooter's footprint and imprints from his palm and forearm. Investigators also say they've been able to track the suspect before and after the shooting. Listen.
After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency. We are investing everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual.
Now, officials say FBI Director Kash Patel is on his way right now to Orem. That's where yesterday's shooting took place. They will hold a news conference once he arrives. The White House, meanwhile, has been deeply shaken by Charlie Kirk's killing. Officials telling NBC News that President Trump was briefed in real time yesterday and met with top aides in the Oval Office, while others monitored developments from the Situation Room. Today, the president, who first announced Kirk's death on social media yesterday, calling him a patriot, and saying today he would posthumously honor his friend and confidant.
Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers are with his wonderful wife, Eric, and his beautiful children. Fantastic people they are. We miss him greatly, yet I have no doubt that Charlie's voice and the courage he put into the hearts of countless people, especially young people, will live on. I'm pleased to announce that I will soon be awarding Charlie Kirk posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Now, Charlie Kirk's killing comes nearly a year to the day after the second assassination attempt of President Trump. The trial for the man charged in that attack began this week, and political violence has only escalated.
A year for them to get the trial with that?
U.S. Capitol Police say that agents are on track to work through roughly 14,000 cases of threats made to members, their families, and staff by the end of the year. That breaks down to more than one case every hour, every day of the year, and dwarfs the number of cases it has handled in any of the previous 8 years. Leaders from both parties condemned yesterday's shooting with a mix of mourning, frustration, and anger. And starting us off today, NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joining me from Orem, Utah. Also with me, NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter, as well as Jim Kavanaugh, retired ATF special agent in charge, and now an NBC News law enforcement analyst. Thank you all for being here on yet another somber day. Steve, you are there in Orem. Walk us through what investigators are saying about the focus of their efforts right now.
Well, I think we have to start off with something that you mentioned, Kristen, which is that news conference, which was scheduled for now more than an hour ago and then rescheduled and pushed ahead because of what was described as rapid developments in the case. Now that has been indefinitely postponed until a later date, one we don't know. This sort of times out with the fact that the FBI director, as you mentioned as well, on the ground. It may be something that he wants to personally announce himself, although they say he's in an assistant role, but it may be a major break in the case. We simply don't know yet. In the meantime, obviously, this investigation now focused on the tangible evidence that's on the ground. That weapon, a high-powered bolt-action assault rifle recovered in a wooded area.
It's not an assault rifle, it's a hunting rifle.
Campus, and obviously impressions of footprints and handprints taken nearby. This is key for a number of reasons. Obviously, they can sweep it for prints. They can track the purchase history. There's a lot of investigative resources that they can use now that they have that rifle. But it also fits into a timeline that we know investigators are building. Now, placing that person of interest on campus at about 11:52 yesterday, that is minutes before that shooting took place. We know that person of interest, according to authorities, took a staircase up to that student center, believed to be about 200 yards from that vantage point where that fatal, tragic shot took place. We now also know that authorities saying the person of interest leapt off of the roof and escaped through campus to a nearby neighborhood. There's a lot of investigative attention on this neighborhood. Obviously, because people have ring cameras, might be able to tell investigators something, may have some piece of evidence or witness something in that neighborhood. And as a byproduct of that, obviously, there's a lot of combing for audio, for video, for images, anything that could help them with their investigation and help them get that information to the public so the public can assist with the information. It's part of the reason why there is now a $100,000 reward from the FBI alongside of those images of what police and FBI agents believe is that person of interest, a person with a baseball cap, the jeans, what appears to be a hoodie with an emblem emblazoned on it. They say this is the person that they are looking for, and they're, of course, not afraid to reach out to the public for help and assistance in this case. That's where we stand, Kristen, but a lot more, hopefully, to say a little bit later on today, Kristen.
Yeah, authorities, they're urging anyone with information about the man on your screen just there to contact them, let them know where or what type of information you may have about his whereabouts. Steve, let me ask you
Evil
about Vice
people.
President J.D. Vance traveling to Utah today to meet with Charlie Kirk's family and friends. We know that they were friends. The vice president has been writing about his relationship with Charlie Kirk, his grief right now, his grief for his family. What can you tell us about that trip?
Yeah, obviously, J.D. Vance very close with Charlie Kirk, as you, of course, have reported. The family's very close as well. As we know, J.D. Vance is in the Salt Lake City area, has met with the family,
Just
will
evil,
be,
evil
if not
words
already has
from
been,
people
to the medical
hiding behind the
examiner's
keyboard.
office. They are there to receive the body of Charlie Kirk alongside, again, Charlie Kirk's family, including his wife, who is supposed to escort the body along with J.D. Vance onto Air Force Two, where it will be returned to his family there in Arizona. So a tragic, somber, again, another tragic, somber day with now the family meeting, obviously, with members of the White House.
Yeah, it is just incredibly tragic. You're absolutely right. Steve Patterson, thank you for your reporting on the ground there. Please let us know if there are any developments come. Let me turn to you. You've been working your law enforcement sources. How close are investigators to finding a suspect? And of course, it does come against the backdrop of FBI Director Kash Patel making his way to Orem.
That's right, Kristen. So what we know, at least at this hour, is that there has not been an arrest made as of this moment. Excuse me, but officials have definitely said that they believe that there have been additional developments in the case and that it is progressing forward. To Steve's point, to go a little bit deeper into the evidence here, they have a palm print, they have a footwear print, which is basically just whatever the imprint of the shoe this individual had. They have a forearm print. They obviously have the weapon, which is helpful in the ability to trace that weapon back to its original owner. Perhaps it is the shooter. They have video of this individual. So they have a lot, and that's just what they briefed us on at 9 a.m. So you can be sure between now and then they've developed some additional clues into this individual who fired. You're looking there at a map of what officials have described as where this person fired from. They even apparently have video of him jumping off of that roof onto the ground to be able to leave the scene after he fires that single shot at Charlie Kirk from a high-powered bolt-action rifle, the type of weapon that somebody would use to do this. They'd have to have some proficiency. It's 200 yards, but it is the type of shot that you could use here. So, look, this investigation is going to be complex going forward. Obviously, the priority is finding the person who did this.
Absolutely, the very highest priority, Tom. There's no doubt about that. And yesterday was somewhat confusing because we learned that first there was someone in custody, then that person had been released, then there was a second person in custody. What can you tell us about the two people who were questioned and then released, and authorities still looking for the person behind this?
Yeah, there were several names that were circulating among law enforcement yesterday as individuals that police were initially looking for. All those, as they describe it, washed out. It just means that they looked at those names, they looked into those individuals. Those are obviously not the people that they're looking for. Two of them, one was seen on social media video being taken into custody there at the scene. That's somebody that apparently Utah law enforcement officials are quite familiar with. Is described by some reports as a gadfly, as others as a criminal and interfering in protests. That individual faces a local obstruction of justice charges, no connection to the shooting, according to law enforcement officials. And then a second person was interrogated, but that person apparently had nothing to do with it either. Officials, we're not going to make lives worse for them. Officials did put those names out publicly last night because those people had received threats, even though they were never officially named suspects. So a bit of a challenging moment here in this investigation, and speaks to the moment and the kind of the hothouse atmosphere that we have on social media of certainly people looking for justice, understandably people hoping for arrests in this case.
Yeah, part of the backdrop to the current climate in which we find ourselves. Tom Winter, thank you so much for your reporting. And of course, once that news conference starts, we will bring it to you live. Jim Kavanaugh, let me head over to you and pick up where Tom left off. We got this post from FBI Director Kash Patel yesterday saying basically that the shooter was in custody, only to announce a short time later that actually the person who had been taken into custody had been released and they were still searching for the shooter. How unusual is that?
Well, it's a flub, really. It's a mistake. Washington doesn't need to be making those announcements over the on-scene command. And whenever you're in a big case like this, Kristen, you're going to have a lot of people that come up that really look like they're the killer. The suspects come up fast and quick, and they're on your board. You know, in a DC sniper case, I could look up from the command desk and see 8 names on our board. And on every one of those names, I would have an agent or a detective pounding on my desk swearing that was the DC sniper. And, you know, because we had a lot of little evidence that made him look like that. But we had to prove, well, that's not the guy. You know, we put a surveillance on him, and then when we'd have a killing, we'd realize, well, this guy was in bed, so it's not him. So you get a lot of names like that, and you talk to people like that, and they're persons of interest, which was, you know, a phrase coined by Attorney General John Ashcroft after the Richard Jewell case. And I was on that bombing case in Birmingham. So because of Richard Jewell, when they went to the anthrax case in Washington, they dubbed the person a person of interest. That turned out to be the wrong person as well. But so persons of interest can also be witnesses. But what's important today is major breaks in the case. So if you're in command of this case, major breaks. The rifle, major breaks. You can get fingerprints, DNA, hair, and you can trace the weapon. Even the towel that's around the weapon that was reported can be full of sweat DNA. So that's a great breakthrough. The images are also very, very good. But one thing about just analyze these images, as a commander, if I was shown those 2 images, I'd say the first thing that's striking about them is it's absolutely a disguise. I mean, this is absolutely a disguise.
It's just people are evil.
You have these
They show their true nature when they don't have to show their face.
You have this shirt with an American flag with an eagle.
Even when they show their face, sometimes they're just downright nasty.
That said freedom. His crowd is very, very patriotic. You know, they're very patriotic, his followers and his crowd. This is a killer trying to blend in. I would read that shirt as a part of the disguise. And from these 2 images, I don't think you can be sure that this is a man or a woman. It's a very slight build here, lanky, the way the person's fists are positioned. Now, that's just all we have. The authorities have
Adam's
video
apple.
Of
it's
the
a
person
man
running and other video, and they may be able to tell absolutely from the gait and the other video that this is a male. But I'm just saying, from a commander standpoint, you never just assume that's a male, because you could be thrown off the whole trail of the killer.
Jim,
so you have to look at what you have.
Just very quickly, Jim, how critical are these next 24 hours, given that 2 people were taken into custody and released, and as far as we know, authorities don't have anyone in custody yet? I mean, how critical are these next several hours?
Lasagna? Good job. Might have them later, but I'm having like acid reflux. Yeah. You need to squeeze it a little bit harder. You left it really wet. Yeah, yeah. It's okay. Where you press it. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's really wet. Yeah, it's just messy. I usually like really press the can lid down, and well, if I don't have the can lid, I'll use a fork. That's okay. No, she kind of just rolled her head back and forth, I need to get some ice for my cup. No, I'll get up and get it in a minute. Yeah, I just have to prepare myself. Mm-hmm. yeah. She's gonna grow out of that quick. This 10-pound baby. For Eli's was. Except for Eli's was out of it at 3 months. Like his legs. Like we're starting to like get that long. Like if he stretched. Or no, we got it after he was 3 months, didn't we? Yeah. After we saw Rusty, or before we saw Rusty, or around that time. He had it when we first went to it. Then yeah, maybe.
I know it was after Christmas. Maybe it was January.
Like no. Yeah. Ja, but oh.
Flowers.
I think they're probably going to get a breakthrough fast. It's key to find the weapon, Kristen. That is really the treasure trove of information that they need. That connects the projectile that went through Mr. Kirk. They can match it to the rifle, the caliber at least. Maybe this lands and grooves in the barrel, and they can connect that weapon, most likely be able to connect it to some person. Now they just got to get some names, some tips. I think it's this guy. I think it's this person. I think it's her. Well, then they can check. They got a palm print. They'll have DNA. They connect that rifle to someone. They got a murder case.
All right, Jim Kavanaugh, thank you so very much for your insights. We really appreciate it. I'm joined now by the mayor of Orem, Utah, David Young. Mayor Young, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
I want to extend my condolences for the loss of life in your city. I think it's fair to say the nation is mourning today. And I want to ask, because I know this impacted so many
doesn't seem like a lot of your
who were
supporters
there
are
to
mourning.
listen to Charlie Kirk speak. I've spoken to some of them. I know their hearts are broken right now. How is your city holding up?
The comment section is despicable.
It's difficult. I mean, this is something we've never encountered before. Orem's been here for 105 years, 106
I'm
years.
not looking.
And we've just never had anything like this. So this is completely foreign to our nature and how we live. I've talked to a number of the people who were at the event too, and they're not okay. I mean, to see somebody murdered right in front of your face is just, they're not okay.
That was my sense from talking to witnesses yesterday, just the realization of the ripple effects that yesterday's assassination will have in the coming days, weeks, and frankly, years to come. And obviously, there is this intense manhunt right now for whoever is responsible for this horrific act. What are you telling your residents right now, Mayor Young, as authorities search for this shooter?
I mean, obviously, to be cautious. We don't know who's out there, and we don't even know if they're even here anymore. I mean, this was obviously very targeted. It wasn't like a mass shooting where this person, if you want to call him that, was shooting crowds and all that sort of thing. It was very deliberate, very targeted. It was very against Charlie Kirk. And so with that in mind, I think people are going on with their normal lives because, it's not like he's walking up and down the street shooting people, that sort of thing. So things are going on, but there's a big sense of sorrow. There's a big sense of loss. There's a big frustration about why was this person allowed to come into our community and do this? Because this is not who we are. This is not, we don't even have murders around here. I mean, we're a city of 100,000 people and it's very safe. People are very kind, very giving, just very happy in general. So to have this inflicted on us, we're working through that.
And Charlie Kirk was there because he was doing what he does, which he was having a spirited debate with college students. He was trying to get young people engaged in political discourse. Maybe you disagreed with him. Maybe you agreed with him. We should say that as we're having this conversation, Mayor, we are looking at images of Vice President J.D. Vance arriving in Utah on Air Force Two to meet with the Kirk family. But what do you think the impact of this horrific event will be on what is really the cornerstone of our democracy, those political debates?
Right. No, I mean, I'm obviously concerned about that. Even from a standpoint of,
No. Not that I know of.
They do these events outdoors.
Can't take him anyway with my
Big
gabapentin.
crowds. There's a lot of excitement. That's the way we've had events since the beginning of time, right? And it just, I don't want to see that go away. I don't want to see that.
I can take Tums 2 hours after I take gabapentin.
That's the goal of whoever did this, is to stifle that communication and that free speech and that discussion, that conversation.
Okay.
So anything that, I don't want this to turn into a situation that stifles that. I think that's really important for our country to have that and that communication. And as Charlie Kirk himself said, without communication, things fall apart.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we will leave it with the words of Charlie Kirk.
He was interviewing Charlie Sheen.
It's becoming increasingly clear in the Trump era
I
that the
have to watch that
establishment, the
podcast.
uniparty, the powers that be, the deep state, the big corporate lobbyists that are pulling the strings from behind the scenes, it's becoming increasingly clear that there is nothing they despise more than a man who questions, a man who asks relevant questions, or a man who challenges the orthodoxy. We saw that first with Donald Trump, and then, of course, we saw that again with RFK Jr. They tried destroying him during the Democrat primary process, and now, well, they've upped the ante. They've mobilized the machine to absolutely destroy RFK Jr. and try to force him into a resignation. And well, ultimately it seems as though it's flopped. It's failed. They've once again fallen flat on their faces, and RFK Jr. is now doing a victory lap. Oh, he stuck it to them all. I've allowed this whole process to play through, but now I want to finally give my 2 cents on the RFK Jr. situation. Let's go ahead and have that conversation, shall we? We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so, they tried everything. We saw it. The Democrats, the corporate media, the deep state, even the uniparty Republicans, Big Pharma's hired guns, all of them went absolutely nuclear on RFK Jr. They dragged him in front of Congress for this pathetic little show trial.
That was your promise. No, I didn't. I never promised that I was going to recommend products for which there is no indication. When you said... And I know you've taken $855,000 from pharmaceutical companies.
You received $300,000 from people, not from the industry, people in it, as I did, from individuals. You corrupt. President Trump got $3 million. Every Republican got corporate PAC money for the pharmaceutical industry. Democrats as well. Everybody is corrupt. But you?
What you said were lies.
You went on Fox News blaming school shootings on antidepressants.
You are carrying out your extremist beliefs, which is why you attempted to fire Dr.
We're the sickest people in the world.
I'm
we're the sickest people on earth.
I'm speaking.
Then they sent Chris Christie, of all people, recently to do a media tour for him to go after RFK Jr.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a foolish man, full of foolish and vapid ideas.
That man.
And that was
he should really be the one talking about health.
This week in front of Congress. And I really don't want to hear about Bill Cassidy, because he is a co-conspirator with the President of the United States for putting this wholly unqualified man in charge of 25% of all government spending. Without Cassidy's vote, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. would not be it. And maybe he's feeling some guilt from what he did. But I'll tell you this, the president did this. He knows, the president's smart enough to know RFK Jr. doesn't belong in that job. But after he won, he wanted to show everybody,
You just want people to be fatter than you so you look skinny.
This Senate will be compliant no matter what I do. And I'll put the greatest vaccine and public health denier of the last 20 years in charge of public health in America. It's a human middle finger, George, to everybody who opposed them.
I mean, the irony there just writes itself. Chris Christie, of all people, going after RFK Jr. on the issue of health. Yeah, sure, Chris Krispy Kreme, the guy who's single-handedly keeping Dunkin' Donuts in business. Yeah, he's now the authority that's lecturing us about health policy. But anyways, they pulled out all the guns. They attacked this guy relentlessly. And you know, I noticed one thing throughout all of those attacks. It was never really about policy. Nobody attacked his record or what he was doing specifically. It was nothing but a massive smear campaign, pure and simple. The whole purpose was what they do to Donald Trump. They designed their strategy to brand him as a kooky lunatic, a dangerous guy who's going to cost millions of lives. But of course, they were never able to actually qualify those points. And I guess that's where they ran into their problem. That's where it all fell apart, because none of the attacks were based in fact. They were simply looking for sound bites. They were cherry picking his quotes out of context and making dramatic declarations, which of course the cable news outlets and the online outlets like the New York Times and whatever were running with to push all their anti-RFK Jr. headlines. But when the dust settled, I think people really realized that they're freaking full of it. RFK Jr. isn't this existential threat to American health. And then that gets put into further perspective as RFK Jr. rises from the ashes and now issues a response to all the haters, let's say, where he actually describes what he's doing.
We have accomplished more already than any health secretary in history. The accomplishments we're going to have by the end of the year are going to be historic and unprecedented, including removing harmful chemicals from our food, including the 9 petroleum-based food dyes. We'll either have removed them or have committed deadlines to remove them. Defining for the first time ultra-processed food, front of package labeling for ultra-processed foods, requiring nutrition and metabolic health courses in medical schools, something that is not happening except in a very limited way today. Closing the grass loophole, improving food for our military, our schools, and our hospitals, updating water quality standards, including PFAS, removing Medicaid quality metrics to measure real health improvements through fitness and nutrition, working across the government to provide more assistance to farmers to support soil health, unleash innovation, and remove the barriers that hamper small farms. Reforming SNAP by working with states
Pouring back in the water.
And candy from the program. And I want to thank Brooke for her very, very aggressive work and encouraging states to, which we've gone all across the country talking to governors and legislatures to encourage states to file SNAP waiver petitions, establishing, again, front-of-pack food labeling for sugars, for sodium, for ultra-processed foods, reforming infant formula standards and acknowledging it and addressing vaccine injuries. These are bipartisan reforms. Many of them would be unthinkable 2 years ago. We are focusing narrowly on nutrition and metabolic health, food quality, cumulative exposures, gut microbiome, precision agriculture, and mental health. And we're doing all these things with each other cooperatively, and we're doing them very, very quickly.
Yeah, and it doesn't really seem crazy at all. He's talking about making food healthier. He's talking about transparency in the data. And that's one of the craziest things. He's asking questions. He's trying to get to the bottom of certain chronic illnesses and certain, let's call it, health abnormalities that we've seen spiking over the last couple of generations. He's trying to get answers, and the powers that be are stonewalling him. They want you to believe that he's the bad guy when all he wants is for the American people to have access to the truth and the data. He's talking about holding big pharma and medical associations accountable so decisions can be made based on evidence and not profit. Since when is that so dangerous? Well, I think it's obvious at this point that the smears didn't land. I think the people saw right through it, President Trump included, who crucially stood by him.
Think of all the establishment attacks on RFK Jr.?
Well, he's a different kind of a guy. He's got a lot of good ideas, but he's got a lot of ideas. Normally they don't have any ideas, and that's why we have problems with autism and so many other things, because we're coming up with the answers for autism. You watch. We're coming up with the answers for other things that normal people, regular people, easy to get along with people wouldn't be able to do. He's got a lot of ideas, and so do I, and we're going to clean it up.
He basically says RFK Jr.'s got a lot of ideas, and that's fine. It's not the end of the world. And I think that's the truth. Ideas aren't the enemy. Curiosity isn't the enemy. Questioning experts should not be viewed as heresy. And it seems it's not just President Trump who agrees. It seems the people agree.
Most popular of all the key officials that we have recent polling on, Pete Hegseth, his net favorable minus 14 points, J.D. Vance, minus 11, Marco Rubio, minus 10. RFK Jr. is at minus 7. But minus 7 beats minus 10, beats minus 11, beats minus 14. So, no, RFK Jr. is not a drag on President Trump. He's not the most embattled. In fact, he is the most popular official in Trump's cabinet, at least according to the poll.
RFK Jr.'s approval rating just came out as the highest in the Trump cabinet. It's over 50%. And just think about that. After the full weight of the machine tried to destroy him, he now comes out stronger. Spectacular backfire. And you know what? It's because the American people are not stupid. They know that something is broken. Chronic disease is through the roof. Obesity is rampant. The food supply, in many cases, is garbage. It's filled with chemicals, processed junk. American society is becoming more dependent on pills and medical interventions than ever before, and life expectancy is going down. And now we got these sanctimonious bought and paid for by big pharma politicians telling us that you shouldn't be asking questions. I mean, this idea all the time that we hear that no one should be asking questions. Do you have a PhD? No, you should just shut up and trust the experts. Well, how is that working out? I'm sure it's working great for private healthcare profits, but maybe, just maybe, on the flip side, the people are getting the short end of the stick. It feels like the system has failed. And ultimately, the conclusion for me is that asking questions isn't dangerous. No blind obedience is. And no amount of sanctimonious Elizabeth Warren rants will change my perspective on that. She can yell into the microphone all she wants with her blood vessels popping out of her neck and her freaking eyeballs about to spit out of her freaking skull.
Yeah.
She can turn red in the face like a damn tomato. I don't care. People are allowed to ask questions. People are allowed to have intellectual curiosity. And most importantly, the American people have the right to transparency. And that is all that RFK is fighting for. And yet here we are, they vilify him, they mock him, they smear him. And boy, has it backfired. He's now sitting with the highest approval rating in the administration. The people trust RFK Jr. He was part of the ticket unofficially. They voted for RFK. They still support him. And very simply, they want somebody who's going to go there and do things honestly based on their behalf. They want a healthcare system that serves them, not the pharmaceutical giants. They want food that's safe to eat. And that, my friends, is exactly what RFK Jr. is fighting for. At least, that's one man's opinion. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
The assassination of US political influencer Charlie Kirk in Utah early today, our time, has clear relevance here in Australia. It is yet another example of rising political violence in the US and a warning to Australia about increasingly polarised and hateful political debate. Tens of millions of Americans are shocked, devastated, and even frightened after Kirk, a 31-year-old podcaster and college campus campaigner who supported the policies and values of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement, was killed by a single bullet to the neck while speaking to thousands of students at the Utah Valley University. This clip spares you the worst of it, but a warning, it is confronting.
Counting, we're not counting gang violence. Great.
Oh my God.
Go, run, run.
Kirk was married with 2 young children. He was a warrior for free speech and relished taking his conservative views to campuses where he could freely debate the liberal left. Kirk was reviving the true
Liberal
essence of
campuses
universities,
that
which
were
are supposed to
about
be lively centres for the
free
contest of
speech.
ideas. But on this
And, yeah.
campus, he was murdered, presumably by someone who disagrees with his views.
Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America.
The assassin is believed to have fired from a rooftop almost 200 metres from the stage, and police in Utah are still searching for him. The state's Republican governor was mindful of the political divisions, appealing for unity and decency.
If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American.
But the
He was a
governor might
human
as well
being.
whistle in the wind, because hatred and celebrations flooded social media, as Sky News media report host Jack Houghton highlighted.
Cretins who delight in misery and openly wish death on those who have different political views.
I'm not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
Even on a media network, MSNBC, we heard that Kirk effectively had it coming.
He's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. I always go back to hateful
Goodbye, Matthew
thoughts
Dodd.
lead to hateful words,
Good
which
thing
then
you
lead
got
to
fired
hateful
because, you
actions.
know, there was
And
no
I think
hate.
that's the
There's no
environment we're
hateful
in, that
words.
people
There were
just, you
words
can't stop with
people
these sort of awful
get
thoughts you
offended
have and then
by.
saying these awful
Sure.
words and not expect awful actions to
But
take
we
place.
have the right to offend.
No. Words should not be met with violence. Ever. The network apologised, but it's too late. The comments provided a window to the soul, didn't they? Besides, Kirk did not spread hate. His views were staunchly conservative, but he was all about respectfully debating ideas.
I go around universities and have challenging conversations, and because that's what is so important to our country, is to find our disagreements respectfully, because when people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
This young man, who never graduated from college himself, tackled tough subjects that others might avoid.
So I do not have hate for a group. I do not have hate for a people. I have
So
hate
just
for
so I can get it on my camera, so Instagram.
Don't worry, we
Hi.
got plenty of cameras, but yeah.
But yes, so you do not hate the LGBT community,
Well, no,
and Turning Point is not against LGBT.
No, how could I hate that which I have a heart for?
Thank you.
And I might not agree at that for some of the lifestyle choices that some people make, but of course not. And if someone said, Charlie, what's your view on marriage? I say, I believe marriage is between one man and one woman. But if you ask me, what do I have hate in my heart for somebody that doesn't choose the lifestyle that I believe that God laid out in the scriptures? Of course not.
The question is macro Islam compatible with Western values? Macro. Of course it's not. There are three major reasons why. Islam does not believe in freedom of speech. Islam does not believe in freedom of religion. And Islam does not believe in separation of mosque and state. Those three things are antithetical to the West.
And Kirk didn't snipe. He'd make his point face to face.
I was born as a man, and now I'm a woman.
Okay, no, but you don't become a woman just because you dress like a woman. So let me ask you a question. If I wear a disguise or a costume, do I become that thing? For example, if I dress with a sombrero and start talking with a Mexican accent, do I then become that culture?
No, because that's different race.
Okay,
That's
but then wait,
very
why, how is it different? Because you're saying that if you dress a certain way and you present a certain way, you can be as you think you are. Why can't I also just choose what culture I am?
Because you are born within a culture, you are born with.
But you were born as a man.
In these times of polarised politics and polarised media, there's too much cancellation and abuse and not enough open debate. And another warning, I'm about to reference some more horrible vision because in recent days, Kirk had been leading the debate about the shocking murder of a 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee, Irina Zarutska. She was stabbed to death on a train in Charlotte, North Carolina, by a man with 14 previous convictions.
Here is the tweet that I sent out. Quote, if a random white person simply walked up to and stabbed a nice law-abiding black person for no reason, it would be an apocalyptically huge national story used to impose national sweeping political changes on the whole country. Of course this is true. Everybody knows this is true. Our media thirsts for stories like this. I want you to imagine if a white guy sitting on a bus and a black woman just on her phone, all of a sudden the white guy took out a knife and just stabbed her in the neck repeatedly. How do you think our media would react? We would have protests. And by the way, I did not bring up race. The attacker said, quote, I got that white girl, end quote. People say, why does the race matter? Oh, it matters because you made us care about race in the summer of 2020.
These are tough debates, but we have to have them. A point the president expanded on.
On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now.
Charlie Kirk also supported the Second Amendment right to bear arms. In this clip, he warns about the costs of this right, and he couldn't have known that he too would become part of that price.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
Now, we all know that gun control will not flow from this death. It never does. What can and does need to change is the resort to political violence. This is not new to America, but it has been on the rise over the past decade. In just 2022, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer in a home invasion. A year ago, a would-be assassin clipped Donald Trump's ear with a bullet and killed one man, injuring others. 2 months later, another assassination attempt was thwarted at Trump's Palm Beach Golf Club. Then in December last year, Brian Thompson, the CEO of a health insurance company, was shot dead in Manhattan. And in May this year, 2 young Israelis were shot dead outside the Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C. And just 3 months ago, a Democrat state politician in Minnesota was shot dead along with her husband. This is a terrible dilemma for the US, and it's a crucial warning for us. Over the past year, we've seen synagogues, cars and businesses firebombed, homes, schools and shops daubed in hateful graffiti, terrorist attacks celebrated, terrorist leaders lionised, and the symbols of terrorist organisations flaunted. Free speech means hearing what we don't want to hear, but where we must draw the line is incitement to violence. Yet we constantly hear chants for the elimination of Israel, death to the IDF, and for terrorist uprisings or intifada. Yet authorities do nothing, and politicians stand idly by. We need to clamp down on the incitement to violence. And we need to reanimate the public square. We need to get opposing views together to debate ideas rather than have them squaring off from a distance, demonising each other. That's why I constantly ask Labor and Greens politicians onto this program to debate a wide range of issues. The invitation stands, it's never accepted. The best way to both honour Charlie Kirk and guard against the violence that killed him is to have an open contest of ideas where words are the only weapons.
The most important one, in my opinion, right now is what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday. How does it make you feel?
When that hit yesterday, I just thought of what my kids are going to look and think. They're going to watch that video and they're going to worry it's dad. My daughter, my son, I can see them all messaging me. I'm thinking that of how scared they're going to be. And I'm looking at his wife, his kids. He wasn't unfair. I've confronted, in a way, jihadists. He just exercised his speech and encouraged debate and discussion. He was a great man and he spoke up for me. I think only now the world will realise what a man he was and what legacy just in those years. He only got to 31. What could he have got to? Someone with his recognition and his following was speaking honestly about the dangers of Islam to America. Now he's dead. We've got our event in 2 days. Our event is about free speech. He has just took a bullet for free speech. He's took a bullet for every one of us who believe in free speech, in the core principles that founded America. And I just think if his kids are going to grow up now, and I'm looking at his wife, and obviously I correlate with myself when I'm watching it. I'm thinking of my own family at the same time, and what. But he didn't do anything like. They've literally put targets on us all. They've justified and dehumanized us.
When I saw the assassination, the first thing
they villainized everybody from the right.
To go speak at a college campus.
It can't be successful now. Anyone who's speaking out now, you can't bend because of these fears.
That was the goal. They're trying to silence us. They're trying to keep us in a cage.
They hope that they hope, and I'm looking at the messages and I'm thinking, are the British audience going to be scared now for Saturday? You can't do that. You cannot, even if you are scared, you cannot allow the assassination's motive was to cause fear and silence people. If you cancel your next college campus, if you do that, even if you're scared, even if your wife tells you not to, you can't. Because then you're giving success to that murdering bastard who just shot him dead. You're taking away the purpose of Charlie Kirk's life and what he stood for. You're surrendering to it. and you're allowing those children who are going to now grow up with no dad, at least let the purpose of his mission be successful.
The most important one, in my opinion, right now is what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday.
Hello?
Hey.
What is this? What's
I
happening?
don't really know myself, to be honest.
Am I dead?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Wait, are you?
Am I dead?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what do the buttons do?
Well, there's respawn and quit.
What happens when you quit?
I don't know.
Respawn?
Well, I guess you just sort of respawn.
Like, you start over? Fuck.
Yep.
What are you gonna do?
I think I'm gonna respawn. Quit seems, you know, like terrifying, and then to respawn seems maybe less so. But if I'm being honest, I wasn't really having the best time being alive, so I'm not really dying to get back or anything.
Dying. Well, maybe it's not like a straight respawn, you know? Maybe this is like reincarnation.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's like you just start again. Or maybe it's like you go back to a certain part in your life and that's what deja vu actually is. Or maybe you just get to be a baby again. Or a panda.
Have you tried, like, looking around?
Yeah, it goes on forever. This is always just kind of here.
Right.
I think I'm gonna respawn.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, well, good luck.
Thanks.
Oh. Okay. Ah, hello?
Hey.
Yeah, hi. How can I help you? Come talk to me. We're not home. You're not home?
Gigi here.
No, haven't been all day.
Oh,
I can hear the dogs barking in the back of the ring camera.
I want to ask you 2 more questions. I hope we can make it in 10 minutes. The most important one, in my opinion, right now is what happened to Charlie Kirk yesterday. How does it make you feel? How does it make you feel because you have children, because you're in the same space?
Well, the minute it happened, I looked, and I saw it popping up, and I was doing an interview with Tyler Olivia, American. And I was like, Charlie Kirk shot. And then it was coming through, and then I realised he was dead. And then selfishly, I thought of my kids, because Salwan Mamika, do you know Salwan? So Salwan was in Sweden, and he come here as a refugee. And when I was in jail, he got assassinated on a live stream video for burning the Quran.
I heard about this.
Yeah, no one helped him. I went over and done a video before I went to jail called Save Salwan, trying to plead with the governments to keep him safe. And they went in and executed him on behalf probably of Iran or Iraq. The countries wanted him dead.
He was in his house
And
when
Turkey, he was in his house and they live streamed. Turkey wanted him dead. And at that time, my children shit themselves. And I'm in prison. So it's out of any control of me. But they're terrified.
Be right
They know
back.
I was friends with them. They know I
So
told the
long.
story. And they know that there's
Gotta turn it
something
harder.
to me. So I then thought, I'm panicking because I'm sat.
Right, we'll be right back. All right. Trying to back. Fit back in here. In my little spot. Wheeling around. Got the printer working-ish. Oh, man, Lou. You sneak out of here like Batman or something. I never hear you leave. You just like get up and go, and then I'm like, hey, and you're gone. Don't like it.
I told you she was outside. Like,
You said she was outside like she was out front, and I'm like, the window's open, Gabe. I would see if she was out front.
no, not that. Sometimes I do sneak out the side door a little. But I usually sit right outside so nobody.
Ah, fine. Did it print, Eli? Did it print? Nothing.
Hey! Why are you trying to print? Did you see the pants and the hat?
Yeah, they're cute. Hang on, I gotta do the clean print head thing again. Give me a minute.
You want? Is there something I can press?
Nice.
You're double play. Oh, hey, that's the van. Let's go put it in her room. Put it in her room. Don't want to hit that speed. Be careful. We'll put that in her room. Hey, very cautious. Come on. Come on, you want to have to tell tomorrow night. Hey, Stone. Dad. Dad. Don't do that. Good. Daddy.
I'm okay right now. In the print head. Let it clean. Hopefully it prints in a little bit. We'll see. It will in a little bit. Not yet. It's gonna take a few minutes. There you go. Watch your feet. Watch. Don't get so close up on me. I'm trying to grab something down here. My gloves. We're cutting the glass.
Myself thinking
That glass.
Panicking, and are they safe? Now, when
No, I'm gonna mess with it tonight.
What my kids are going to look at.
Not yet, buddy.
They're going to watch that video, and they're going to worry it's dad at some point. And then straight away, as I'm sitting there, my daughter, my son, I can see them all messaging me, and then I'm like, I'm thinking of how scared they're going to be of that. And then I'm looking today, and it was only today, and then I'm looking at his wife, his kids. He wasn't unfair. Like, I've confronted, in a way, jihadists. He just exercised his speech for debate and encouraged debate and discussion. He was a great man, and he spoke up for me. I think only now we'll realise how great the world will realise what a man he was and what legacy, just in those years. He only got to 31. What could he have got to? And I believe that he was, if you listen to what he was saying, which I was excited by, someone with his recognition and his following was speaking honestly about the dangers of Islam to America. That's what he started talking very openly about. Islamic immigration to save America. And now he's dead. And we're, as I said, we've been trying to quickly.
It's okay. We'll try it again.
2 days. Our event is about free speech, and he has just took a bullet for free speech. He's took a bullet for every one of us. who believe in free speech, in the core principles.
Gotta go to the
founded
bathroom. I'll be right
America, and the rights. And I just think if his kids are going to grow up now, and I'm looking at his wife, and obviously I'm correlating with myself when I'm watching it. I'm thinking of my own family at the same time, and what. But he didn't do anything like this. And the political violence that's been encouraged by the left, by governments, they've literally put targets on us all. They've justified and dehumanised us to think that whoever's killed him, well, we yet to find out, but it's a sniper shot. It's a professional sniper shot. It's a kill shot. So if we ever find out, but he was that influential in waking up the next generation. Now, you have to understand, globalist powers, corporations, have spent billions in a generation to try and weaken the next generation, to try and indoctrinate them. When someone like him comes along, he's a danger to their plan. We're all, not on his level, but we're probably a danger to their plan. What we're doing with the United Kingdom, if we put 1 million people together tomorrow. So, I guess threat levels, risk levels, it made me think a lot. Not that I haven't fought already. There's 6 Muslims in jail now who've got 30 years. They bought guns and bombs on the way to kill us then. This is years ago. So, I've been awake to the threat. I'm not worried by the threat walking out this door when I see Muslims. I'm worried by the state.
Who will try to shut you up?
Who will try to shut you up and destroy you, but wreck you and ruin you and your family in any way, in every way possible. Shut down on PayPal, shut down on MailChimp, shut down every bank in the UK, can't get a bank, can't operate. They make your life impossible. There is no, I don't know if America understands
it's walking.
It's doing something.
Believes in freedom of speech. Do you know what we're going to play a tribute on Saturday to the United States of America. To everyone,
cleaning
now to Charlie Kirk.
But
when you voted for Donald Trump, that was a vote not just to save
not
America. That was a vote to save us.
It's cleaning the printhead. We might have to do it a couple of times for it to work, but
we have hope that we
that's okay.
And that's come from Elon Musk giving us a platform to talk on.
Mm-hmm.
And it's come from the election of Donald Trump, and knowing that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are battling against the European Union, battling against our tyrants in power who wish to take our speech. No British politicians are fighting for our speech. Americans are.
Wow.
No, because it's technically they never had it.
But like,
I have to
in the
tell you, when
UK.
I saw the assassination, the first thing I thought was of myself, of course, because I was offered to go speak at a college campus in Florida.
But this can't happen. It can't be successful. If you're watching it, anyone who's speaking out now, you can't bend because of these fears.
That was the goal. They're trying to silence us. They're trying to keep us in a cage.
They hope that they hope, and I'm looking at the messages, and I'm thinking, are the British audience going to be scared now for Saturday? You can't do that. You cannot, even if you are scared.
You might want to pick up that
cannot
stuff.
allow the assassination's motive
Work
was
up your
to cause
printer.
fear and silence people. If you take a back seat, if you cancel your next college
In the
campus,
trash
if
can.
you do that,
Good
even
job.
if you're
It was
scared,
trash.
even if your wife tells you not to, you can't. Because
You're the one that came over and wanted to throw it out, Mr. Eli.
who just shot him dead. You're giving, taking away the purpose of Charlie Kirk's life and what he stood for. You're surrendering to it, and you're allowing those children who are going to now grow up with no dad. At least let the purpose of his mission be successful, and that is standing up, telling the truth. He talked a lot about courage and telling children to be courageous. And to everyone who is taking a message of fear from his assassination, doesn't mean you're not going to be scared. If you're British, it doesn't mean it. It means that show courage and at least live in the legacy of what he wanted. So I think only now the world will realise the genius and the ability that man
Can you hit the clean again
has.
button,
I'm sitting
please?
going through only even just into the night and this morning.
Left one.
And the influence he had, and it's an attack
No,
on every
not
one of
that
us.
one.
man. It's an attack on every one of us.
Yep.
Last question.
Yep.
Behind all the court cases, prison, headlines, what do you do for fun?
What do I do for fun?
What do you do for fun? What do you want to cleanse your soul a little?
Johnny.
You want to enjoy with your
Or,
family.
yeah,
This
Tommy.
is fun.
Podcasting is fun.
No, taking on Islam's fun.
Enjoyable.
It's fucking great. Come and get it fun. No, it's not. What do I do for fun? I have a beautiful family. I enjoy lots, man. Do you know what I've started doing, which I wish I would have done, is if I could relive my life, I never understood
crudes.
the importance of physical exercise. Yeah, and only when I went through a pretty dark place, when I got divorced, when I was deplatformed, when I was censored, I was invisible, I was struggling, and it was at that point that I found exercise and gym, and I then now know the massive importance of it, and nature. I go on hikes. I like
It's working
for fucking hours usually because I'm on this.
You can pick that piece of paper up and put it on top of it.
So I enjoy that, and I've got that embedded that into my son.
Yeah, gotta wait a little
I'm
bit.
really fit and healthy, so I just enjoy spending time with my kids. But I enjoy exercise and gym, and I enjoy lots, man. I used to enjoy football till they started getting on the knees. I used to be football crazy, and then when they started getting on the knees for Black Lives Matter, it's like you took the love out of it. You've ruined it for us. You've politicised the sport that we go to get away from politics. You started sticking rainbows on your armbands and on flags and that. It just done my head in. So yeah, for fun, spend time with my family, man. Do you know, sometimes I sit there and think, a normal
Really,
life,
Diva?
I haven't got a normal life. I'll never have a normal life. I've sacrificed a normal life, but I'm not just sacrificing a normal life for me. I've sacrificed a normal life for my family. So I sit and sometimes to think, peace, man. I wouldn't mind just a peace, because I don't really have I'm always waiting. When I walk out of here, I'll have to be ready. And it's pretty tiring at times, that is. But then, I found finding a place of safety where I can relax, which I ended up 3 years ago leaving the UK, and that's what I do now. I come here like I'm mad, and then I just jet off. And then people say, he's always on holiday. He's always on holiday. I think I ain't got a home. I don't have a home. I can't have a home. What if I had a home? I said people will come to my home. They'll find my home. So I live in Airbnbs. Mad.
I think you went vacationing not too long ago, and somebody said that you fled the country.
Yeah, well, that was after the incident at St Pancras, where some lad come up to me, and even when you look at that scenario, like, I was confronted, I was the victim, I defended myself, and I'm not going to apologise for defending myself.
Of course.
And otherwise, when people pick my flaws, they say, oh, well, this and that, I think it was never going to be nurses that stood up against Islam and jihad, you idiots. Yeah, you've got to be of a certain mindset to think I'm not backing down to this. And I think that all Englishmen and British men, not just Englishmen actually, I need to unite the whole of Britain, because the Welsh are mental and strong, and so are the Scots, and so are the Irish. There's some dangerous, we've rivaled them at football for years, but I think that we need to remember who we are, and we're not weak, and we're certainly not cowards.
I agree.
And we never have been.
He's not happy. I can tell just by the picture. We'll watch what Benny Johnson has to say after we see Nick.
You know,
Nick.
let's jump to that real quick, just so everyone has context of what I'm talking about. So I'll read this off. This was read my tweet. We'll put that one on there. So I'll tell you what the Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates responded to. So this is what I said yesterday. And I waited on this because I prayed on it, and I was like, no, I believe this is true. So this is what I said. I said, I am told that as a state representative, this is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heartfelt condolences and then stand in solidarity with those on the other side of the aisle as we condemn political violence and stand unified as one people. But we aren't one people, are we? The truth is we haven't been for some time now, and there is really no point in pretending anymore if there ever was. We are two very different peoples. We may occupy the same piece of geography, but that is where the similarities seem to abruptly end. I convinced myself for a long time that whenever the left called me a racist, a bigot, a sexist, a fascist, a threat to democracy, for even the most innocent of disagreements, that it was simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect. And now the effect is a widow and 2 orphaned children, because the left couldn't bear the thought of a peaceful man debating them and winning. I don't think they realize it yet, but murdering Charlie is going to be remembered as the day where we finally woke up to what this fight really is. It is not a civil dispute among fellow countrymen. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews which cannot peacefully coexist with one another. One side will win and one side will lose. Charlie tried to win that fight through argumentation, through discussion, through peaceful resolution of differences, and the other side murdered him. not because he was extreme or inciting violence or any other hyperbolic slur they hurled at him. They murdered him because he was effective, because he was unafraid, because he inspired others and made them feel like they had a voice, that they were not alone. And he did it at the very institutions which have fomented so much hatred toward conservatives. I don't want to stand in solidarity with the other side of the aisle. I want to defeat you. I want to defeat the godless ideology that kills babies in the womb, sterilizes confused children, turns our cities into cesspools of degeneracy and lawlessness, and that murdered Charlie Kirk. Social media is aflame right now with leftist celebration of Charlie's death. I wonder if any among them understand what has just happened. If there is a Yamamoto somewhere in their midst warning that all they have done is awoken a sleeping giant. I doubt it. I think they gave up such introspection and self-awareness long ago. I don't know exactly what will happen next. I just know that it won't be the same as what has happened in the past. There will be thoughts and prayers. Charlie would have wanted prayers, not for himself, but for those left behind and for the country that he loved. But then there will be a reckoning. My Christian faith requires me to love my enemies and pray for those who curse me. It does not require me to stand idly by in the midst of savagery and barbarism, quite the opposite. So every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I am going to watch the video of a good man being murdered in Utah. I will force myself to watch it, and then I will return to the work of destroying the evil ideology responsible for that and so much more. Rest with God, Charlie. Your fight is over. Ours is just beginning. So Don Scott decided that he was going to post this, because of course he would. Yesterday, without any proof or facts, an elected delegate and member of the House of Delegates said these words, "And the other side murdered him," speaking on the horrible murder of Charlie Kirk. Democrats I served with have denounced the horrific shooting and expressed our condolences to the family of Mr.
While
Kirk.
you were all
It is
talking
sad
about
a
last
Republican
week.
member of the Virginia House of Delegates would use these words. It's not a civil dispute among fellow countrymen. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews which cannot peacefully coexist with one another. I know Nick Freitas. I actually like Nick Freitas. He is a combat veteran. He wore the cloth of this nation. I admire his ability to connect with people, but on this one, he is wrong. He must be wrong, except that I'm not.
Nope.
I'm not. I've actually been in the legislature longer than you have, Don. And let me tell you something. I sat there and I remembered how it used to be. I remember when you used to be able to sit down and disagree with one another civilly. And yeah, there was still some outlandish comments that were made predominantly by your side of the aisle. But we were able to have those conversations. We were able to sit down in our offices and talk to each other as human beings. And then you know what happened, Don? You know what happened, Mr. Speaker? One day you guys got put in charge. I remember it. I remember it. You won the House. You won the Senate. You had the governor's mansion, the attorney general's office. You had the lieutenant governors. And I watched what happened. It wasn't just the extreme legislation that came across. It wasn't just about trying to allow for abortion up to the point of birth or engaging in gun confiscation. It wasn't about doing all of the things that you promised us you didn't actually believe in. It was the way you treated us as individuals. It was almost as if our humanity was lost the moment you got power.
Mm-hmm.
Because after all, there's no reason to be nice to us anymore. You controlled the House. You controlled the committees. You controlled the governor's pen. I've watched. I have watched as the Democratic Party has fully embraced the oppressor-oppressed dynamic, the critical theory view of the world, the view of the world that says that you can bifurcate all of society into those that are evil by virtue of their position, by their race, by their sex, and those who are the victims. And whatever the victims have to do in order to achieve liberation, whatever they have to do to achieve decolonization, or whatever buzzword you're using right now, ultimately becomes justified. And then what do you do when somebody calls it out for what it is? You decide to spend more time and effort condemning my response, which didn't advocate for violence. I didn't murder someone. But once again, the real victims are always you guys, right? I have to tell you, I spent a fair amount of my life trying to come up with what I thought were good, comprehensive, coherent arguments. I remember spending time listening to the other side of the aisle express what they believed, reading through their arguments, listening to their arguments, engaging with their arguments. I remember believing that all I have to do is I have to understand their perspective and where they're coming from, and then try to be able to make the sort of points that will illustrate that we are both Americans, we're Virginians. We want all of our constituents to be happy, healthy, prosperous, and free. We just disagree on the way to get there. And if I could find that common humanity and I could find that common problem that we were trying to solve, well, then we could come together and solve it. I've said so as many times on the House of Delegates floor when I was being accused of the most vile of intentions without evidence or cause. And so I came to a conclusion, Mr. Speaker. I was wrong. We don't all want the same things. We don't all want our constituents to be happy, healthy, prosperous, and free. Or to the extent that we do, we have such diametrically opposed views on how that's going to happen that they cannot peacefully coexist. You tell me, Mr. Speaker, what world do we live in when your party is not killing babies up to the point of birth? You tell me, Mr. Speaker, what world do we live in where you're not handing chemical castration medicine over to gender-confused 10-year-olds? You tell me, Mr. Speaker, what world do we live in when you are not going to, every chance you get, try to disarm me and anybody that thinks like me? When? If you can answer that, I will entertain the idea that there is the possibility of these two worldviews peacefully coexisting. If you are actually willing to engage in a political philosophy which says, I will live and let live. But you're not. Every
you want to
time,
destroy your opponent.
Every time you get power, you wield it. You wield it against the people that you see as your political enemies, and you tell all your constituents that we are evil, that we are fascist, that we are threats to their very civilization and existence. And then when they act on that, when they believe you, you act shocked?
Yeah.
I will give you this much credit, Mr. Speaker. You are an intelligent man, and you are a cunning man, and I don't buy it anymore.
You're not a good man.
For all the talk about the right inciting violence, Mr. Speaker, we're not murdering you. We're not murdering your speakers. We would stand by and universally condemn, prosecute, and imprison somebody that would do something like that. Whereas you would fight for opportunities to let them out early. You've already done it, right, Mr. Speaker? No. No, Mr. Speaker, this wasn't done to you and me observing what has taken place is not devoid of facts or evidence, I assure you. It's come from very, very carefully following what has been taking place in our country over the last decade. Beyond that even. I didn't want this. I wanted to believe. I wanted to believe that we were all, at our foundation, Americans.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't share the same worldview in the least bit.
No.
And to the extent we do, you seem completely unwilling to stop the elements of your party, the elements of your movement, the elements of your ideology from doing the most extreme and vile things. And so what am I supposed to do? Are we just supposed to take solace in the fact that you assure us that this is wrong and you don't believe it and you don't support it? Now, I think what you're all really upset about
is that
for the longest time,
and you've lost,
you were able to charm us into believing that you didn't really believe the extreme things you said about us. It was just for politics. It's just to win an election. Well, Mr. Speaker, whether you believe it or not, the people who listen to you do believe it. And they're willing to act on it. And they're willing to celebrate it. Now I'm going to say what I said at the beginning of this. because I not only owe it to God, I owe it to Charlie. I will not be overcome by evil, and I will diligently fight to overcome evil with good. And I'll never advocate for the killing of innocent, no matter how much I disagree with them or their vile policies or their vile comments. It's not who we are. But do not expect us to go quietly into the night either. My faith does not obligate me to stand by and watch this take place.
We definitely have to watch that Timcast. 13 minutes. We might get away with viewing what?
Well, some on the left are reacting in downright disgusting ways to Charlie Kirk's assassination. MSNBC firing Matthew Dowd after he went on air after the shooting and immediately smeared Charlie Kirk and accused him of pushing hate speech. And Democrats are demanding more gun control while blaming Trump.
What do you say to people who are saying Democrats need to lower the temperatures?
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right.
We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
We also need to be honest about, as a nation, about where this violence is coming from.
If we want to stop the scourge of violence in this country, we must do our jobs and pass common sense gun safety reforms in the United States, period.
All right, so we have a distraction talking point back. But Greg, trying to figure out the situation here, I see two tiers. There's professional left, which is these politicians who are in Capitol Hill, the media pushing these narratives. And then there's the grassroots foot soldiers who are kind of carrying out what they're being told. And the question is, how fringe really is this? The number of people I've seen today who are school teachers,
yes, it's
faculty, people in government, medical field, openly celebrating this, brings up other questions about how far this has spread.
Again, I go back to the B word. Maybe I'm brainwashed by Scott Adams, but to me, it's like, this is brainwashing. All of these people have like this mass delusion that that a segment of society, people like us, are evil. And you see them and you're going like, oh my God, what is going on in their heads? And it was through, again, the repetition of specific words. The gun argument is really silly because, did they forget Irina? She was stabbed on a subway. Are you calling for blade control? It's like they forget. I think there was another woman that was just murdered. It wasn't by a gun. I know that Dowd got fired, but you have to remember that MSNBC and places like CNN, they create a comfort zone for this kind of thinking, and they exploit those who are willing to go the extra mile and say these things. And a lot of these people are not well. You see them on MSNBC and on CNN, you go, there's something wrong with them. You look at their eyes are just like, I don't even know what I just did there. But Dowd was fired because he got noticed, not because of what he said. MSNBC, You know, again, you go back to thanks to the social media platforms, probably dad would have gotten away with it. But I think, you know, he needs help. And going on MSNBC shows you that MSNBC doesn't care that he needs help. They're just using him. And lastly, just to finish up on your point, I got to ask where the Democratic Party is. Aside from Harold, there's a huge hole where this party used to be. And Harold, you are outside the party. You could come in, swoop in, and fill that hole. There needs to be some kind of moral authority there, and it is missing.
Would you like to respond?
I appreciate the kind words. I think, Katie, that the nation is drowning in violence. We yesterday, there was a shooting in Denver at a school, elementary school or middle school there, and you had 2 kids whose parents dropped them at school, could not have had the furthest in their mind was they were going to get a call a few hours later that the daughter was, I think, in an emergency room in a trauma center. She had a bullet in her head. No one wants that either. So I don't necessarily agree that I agree with Greg in that it's knives, it's guns, but I admire people who are talking about policy. I don't like people talking about the personal and the personalities. Greg and I differ a little bit on this. I think there's violence on both sides. And unfortunately, the rhetoric is encouraging, people to do who don't have, I think, the kind of maturity that we have around this table. I wish people could see us in commercial break and the back and forth and the camaraderie. I think it's important at some point for the president passed a big, beautiful bill. I wish he'd do a big, beautiful bipartisan summit at the White House and bring Democrats and Republicans together around things that they agree with. You have Marsha Blackburn and Blumenthal from Connecticut who were trying to ensure that social media companies don't go after young kids with algorithms. It'd be great to bring them all together. You have Blumenthal again, I think, with
Yeah, but
Lindsey
then you
Graham on a Russia
most of the
sanction bill
Democrats
if it
being
passes.
against that because
Bring
they
them
want
all
to go for
together,
the
Mr.
kids.
President, for the simple reason that the country needs to see that as much as we disagree sometimes on things between the parties, that there is some common, not only good, but common sense and common agreement.
Very, very little common
Well,
sense.
to be fair, I mean, the president's door is always open. You see people at the White House all the time who vehemently disagree with him, and Democrats on Capitol Hill seem to be willing to work with fellow Republicans on the Hill, but they're not willing to work with Trump for the sake of satisfying their base. But Brian, on this issue of going back to the gun control, I think that people who have been accused of being Nazis and fascists and who have threats on their lives constantly aren't really interested in having gun control on them from the people who are accusing them of those things.
Yeah, so Lee, do you think this guy is not going to get a gun? They'll take our guns and we're going to be susceptible and victims of his as he hopefully will get arrested within the next hour. Bipartisan, Bill Clinton weighed in for Charlie Kirk, didn't even know we knew Charlie Kirk existed.
Barack Obama did
Barack
too.
Obama weighed in, Joe Biden weighed in, George W. Bush weighed in, so the other side of the Republican Party. I think that there was a little bit of bipartisanship, but overall, Democrats are scared right now to do anything with Trump. Chuck Schumer says, I can't shut down the government. It doesn't make any sense. And they try to get rid of him. And believe me, Chuck Schumer's no bastion of bipartisanship. He never will be. He doesn't know how. But now they're all in their corners. They're afraid to talk or deal anything with Trump. But I think the first opportunity would be immigration. And since the president did the impossible and shut down the border, we could do things like getting people who have been waiting online doing it the right way and make it expeditious, people that marry people from other countries. Why are they waiting forever, charging money that they can't afford? Is that a way we're welcoming people from other countries? I think we could fix things. That would be an opportunity.
Yeah.
But ironically, when I brought that up to Charlie Kirk, I said, Charlie, would you be my first guest? But I tell you, I'm talking about
Eli, you're
getting together
tired.
immigration.
Come here, I'll
Brian,
hold you.
I vehemently disagree. There's no way I'm going to agree with you. It's going to be a great segment. I go, great. I just don't
He
feel
just
bad about
snuck his way in
disagreeing.
there.
He goes, I love disagreeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dana.
Well, thinking back to Elizabeth Warren being asked about that question, President Trump says we need to turn down the rhetoric. Do you agree? And she says, ha, ha, ha. And she's like and I think, what would it have taken for her to say, I agree. He's right. That's something we can agree on. I'll meet him more than halfway on that. And then move on with your day. Like, what? Why? Because you want small dollar donations? You don't want to be ostracized from the cool kids table in the Senate cafeteria? It's preposterous. Then I was also thinking about the real emergency this week, that only 22% of seniors in high school in this country, 22%, only that amount can do math at a grade level. 35% of seniors can actually do reading at a grade level. That is a national emergency. Could we not get together on that in addition to immigration? And nobody wants to talk about it because they just want to talk about the problems that led to this moment. There are a lot of stops along the way and on this road to Charlie Kirk getting murdered. Okay.
What was Charlie Kirk talking about young people? It was the importance of raising a family. And you look at the stats of that survey of Kamala Harris voters of women.
They don't want it.
They don't want kids. They do, and it's like, well, that's how a country dies. That's not a patriarchal view. That is a realistic view.
And also because that means that they have a very dim view of the future.
Yes.
So where's the hope and change, right?
Yes,
Where's the Obama?
brainwashed.
So I was thinking, and just I know we have to go. Who is the Charlie Kirk of the left? Because the young people on the left can't stand their elderly leadership. Right. They don't want any of them. They're threatening to primary them. You have people like Jerry Nadler deciding not to run again. Chuck Schumer could have a tough primary. He might be able to pull it out, but the younger people are having a revolt. But there isn't a Charlie Kirk on the left that's saying, let's talk about the ideas. Their Charlie Kirk on the left, I think, is Zohran Mamdani.
Yes, yep.
He's the one that's on TikTok. He's got all the energy. He's talking about free tickets to the World Cup, and they're buying it, and that's certainly dangerous.
Yes.
We need to get Harold on TikTok.
All right, get Harold on TikTok.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
3 minutes. Turn the doorknob. People in this chat are saying war. We've been at war. This is a war between good and evil. I don't know about civil war, but there is a war between good and evil going on right now. But I think the left has overstepped, and they continue to overstep with how they're reacting to this, and I think people are getting tired of it and not going to be as tolerant as they used to be. I think parades will be stomped out. I think things will happen that will be more aggressive from the right towards the left, instead of the left just running their mouth the entire time. What are you doing?
Bomb threat at the DNC. There's currently reports of an active shooting in Annapolis. There were some false threats, bomb threats, and shooting threats at various universities. And of course, it is 9/11. And it is the day after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. As I was watching the news earlier, I couldn't help but I just had a
Make sure you get Diva out of the kitchen.
Every few minutes, they were reporting some type of conflict. The ones I just
Come here,
mentioned.
D.
And I'm thinking to
Come
myself,
here, touch.
what this is insanity. that maybe people are panicking. They're on high alert.
Yeah, you don't
These
stand over
universities where they're
top of a
reporting shootings or
reporter.
bomb
You
threats
get
is because
nowhere with
people are
that.
panicking and they're genuinely terrified following what happened to Charlie. But the media, of course, has already responded. And of course they did.
Diva.
With numerous outlets writing that fears of civil war are emerging, or that civil war is here or coming, or that even Donald Trump is fomenting it intentionally to steal the midterms. I kid you not. Videos are emerging of fights breaking out. People are not tolerating the rhetoric coming from these activists. In one video, a man with a sign that said Charlie deserved it was thrown into a fountain. Regular people are starting to snap over the actions of these progressives in the left. Donald Trump put out a statement last night talking about the radical left and their rhetoric. So, to be honest, there was a lot of news to go over, what with these shootings, bomb threats, etc. There's also the FBI releasing an image of a person of interest, TMZ publishing a video that they say is of this person who appears to be walking strangely, perhaps because they were concealing a weapon. We're not entirely sure. But all of it seems wrapped up in the cultural phenomenon that is on X to millions of views, on Blue Sky to millions of views, in the comments of our old shows that featured Charlie Kirk. These leftists are calling for an escalation.
Yep.
Certainly, there are people on the right that are saying this is war and war's here. One post has nearly 10,000, I think around 8,000 to 9,000 retweets, saying that civil war is now. And so that is my fear. But what I will say is, if you've paid attention to this show, we've discussed everything that brought us to this moment in the past several years, which we'll get into. Right now, of course, we fear the safety and security of our friends, our family, other personalities. And as much as I would have preferred to lead with any other story, I think this is the conversation that is happening. And so we just have to have that conversation. And so we will. So, my friends, thank you for joining us. Of course, like the show. If you do like the show, share it if you'd like. No promo spots today. Joining us today to talk about this and so much more is Jay Johnston.
Hello. How you doing? Thanks for having me. I will tell you what I do, so you don't have to ask. I'm a ex-comedian, ex-writer in Hollywood, and I was at January 6th, which was a big blip and caused me to not be what I was before. So that's still my plan to do that stuff. But now that that's over, pardoned and everything. So we'll see what the future holds.
Right on. Thanks for joining us. In fact, one of the articles, Mother Jones wrote that pardoned J6ers are calling for civil war in the wake of the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
So,
but we'll talk about everything. We've got Tate Brown hanging out.
Yeah, Tate Brown here, relief host here at Timcast. Obviously, dark times we're in, but I'm glad to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary Morgan. You can usually find me on Pop Culture Crisis here at Timcast.
Hello, everybody. My name is Phil Labonte. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and counter-revolutionary. Let's get into it.
Here's the story from The Independent. The reaction to Charlie Kirk's murder proves America is closer than ever to its next civil war. The most terrifying aspect of the current reality of the United States is not the assassination of the 31-year-old Trump activist, but how people have responded, writes Stephen Marsh, author of The Next Civil War. As the sense of collective mourning no longer applies, this is a turning point for what comes next. He actually writes a pretty great article. He makes a great point, which I will read through this. I want to show you some of these other articles, where he says that even the cold-blooded murder in broad daylight of a 31-year-old man in front of his family was not enough to make these people recognize right from wrong. And I don't disagree. Take a look at this article from International Business Times. First, Charlie Kirk. Are Candace Owens or Ben Shapiro next? Fears grow for conservative influencers. Mother Jones writes, pardoned insurrectionists are using Charlie Kirk's death to call for civil war. We have this from The Lever. We must stop this civil war before it's unstoppable. The Lever actually writing that it's already begun. They're writing in the present tense that it's happening. Here's Yahoo Finance. Concerns grow that bot networks maybe amplifying calls for civil war after Charlie Kirk killing. And perhaps on social media, that is what we're seeing. This post on X, it says, "Open carry now, civil war has begun." It has 5.8 million views and 8,400 retweets. We have this post from Common Dreams. This is a well-known activist organization that published the article saying, "Is Trump inciting a civil war 2.0 to steal the midterms?" And then we have this from NDTV, "Civil War Echoes. Sanjeev Sanyal warns U.S. resembles April 1861." I want to read a little bit from The Independent, and then we can have this conversation. The reason why, you know that we've talked about this quite a bit. I, of course, have talked about it, and I will say it, and I wish I was wrong, but I was not wrong. And to all of the people who have continually denied what we have discussed on this show for the past several years, we have not been wrong. We've been relatively vague, and that's fair because we're not making heavy predictions. But I will remind you of this. One of the things that really irked me was in September of 2020, I stated on this show that were Trump to lose, these right-wing people are going to rush the White House. They're going to storm the White House. They are not going to just let this go idly by. And that was just passive thought. That was just, I can't see these people letting Trump lose. And what happened? January 6th. I said in November, after Trump, if Trump loses, this is what's going to happen. What did happen in January? People stormed the Capitol. Following this, people used my earlier accurate prediction on the left to claim I had foreknowledge of January 6th and should be criminally charged or investigated. In fact, I was just reading the news and making a prediction. And what did I say just last year? In a debate on the Culture War show that Donald Trump would use the military in the ICE and immigration enforcement. The left would not tolerate it. There would be a battle between the governors and the federal government over control of the National Guard, and it will escalate. And that is exactly where we are right now. And every step of the way I said, I hope I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe this right now is the point. This story where people say, this has gone too far. Left and right, Christian, Jew, Muslim come together. They say, guys, we can't live this way, and they hug it out. Maybe this is the point, but I don't believe it. And I'll tell you why. I'm going to read this from Stephen Marsh, who says, at the time of writing, the suspect in the shooting of Charlie Kirk is still at large, and his motivations are unknown. But the identity of the killer and the reasons for killing hardly matter. Whoever they are and whatever their intention, the fallout is utterly predictable. Divided America will divide further. Political violence already surging will surge further. America will continue further down the road to perdition of the republic. He says far more political figures have been murdered in American history than in the history of any other democracy. More than a quarter of U.S. presidents have either survived an assassination attempt or died at the hands of a killer. But in the past, each assassination of a president or a judge was treated as a collective national tragedy. It was understood that the violence perpetrated by whomever was a disaster for the body politic as a whole. Politics exist, after all, to save us from violence as a means of resolving disputes. The sense of collective mourning no longer applies. The reaction to Kirk's death instantaneously split American discourse. Here was a 31-year-old man murdered in broad daylight in front of his wife and children before a crowd of thousands at Utah Valley University. Americans could not agree that that was unacceptable. I don't want to promote or identify people on social media who crowd about the death like their team had just won a football game, but on my feeds at least, it was not limited to a few cranks or extremists. Quote, what about the children killed in Colorado? Was a perfectly common sentiment. Anyone on the left who imagines the political assassination of their opponents is going to lead to more stability or a better America is seriously, seriously deluded. I will say this personally. A high-profile individual, a liberal that I've known for 10 years, posted a video on their Instagram saying, Charlie Kirk got what he advocated for. And I was shocked that they posted this because I genuinely thought that there was still reason left in some of these people, but I can't say that I feel that way, and I don't know what's going to happen. Now he goes on to add, journalists are now targets. The political class and judges have been under extreme threat since Trump took office. It's hard to even keep track of it anymore. The former House Speaker of Minnesota and her husband were murdered in June. A Molotov cocktail was thrown at the governor of Pennsylvania's house during Passover. And U.S. judges who sit on Trump cases regularly receive pizzas delivered to them as an intimidation tactic. Targeting journalists is new. Last month, the New York Times editor Joseph Kahn had his apartment graffitied in New York. Kirk's assassination is the organic continuation of these trends. But you know what was really scary? Charlie Kirk is not a journalist. He was a personality. He was a civilian. He was a man who expressed opinions. He didn't write for a great news publication, purport to be a journalist. He shared his thoughts on the goings-on of this country. And this is what's terrifying. Now, there's much more that he writes about, but I don't want to just keep, ranting myself. The point, I think, is clear, and you have seen it. The comments on social media on the left. There are tiers of this. From the overt leftist calls for escalation, the publishing of videos from lesser-known personalities on TikTok, Instagram, and X saying, one guy said, you're next, over and over again. We know what the implication was that he was making. Several are gloating, saying, who's next? There's lists that have been published, which include my name, saying, here's who we want next. There are people on Blue Sky, X, Instagram, etc., saying, here's the list of people they want to go after. It is insanity. And that is all across social media. So with that being the sentiment, that's one tier. The next tier are the people who are prominent liberals, high-profile actors, high-profile politicians, people like Ilhan Omar, for instance, who are coming out and saying, yeah, well, maybe Charlie shouldn't have said hateful things. So you have the tacit liberal, Charlie got what he deserved attitude, and then you have the overt leftist, we're coming for the rest of you. I will give a shout out to the handful of prominent liberals who have condemned the violence. Many of the high-profile Democrats have, and I respect that. Without naming them, because I don't seek to embarrass them. Some of these young liberals crying on camera over Charlie's death, talking about how bad it is. But with all of that being said, it's the sentiment we are seeing reeks of an untenable bifurcation in the body politic. We have said it on the show many times. Where is the off-ramp? And unfortunately, in one of the most terrifying comments that I got was,
past at 100 miles per
Charlie
hour
Kirk was the off-ramp. He held debates, and he succeeded at those debates. And were his methods to have been permanently successful, the course of politics in this country was rooted in having a conversation. Across Louisville, there are graphics that have been drawn up in less than a day of pictures of Charlie Kirk that say, debate this, with blood spraying from his neck. I refuse to watch the videos of these people advocating for my death and the death of other people, because I know it will just make me angry, and I already factually understand these people exist. I just fear that there is no backing down, and the only thing I can say is every direction I look, and
these
have
extreme
looked over the past
leftist
several years, it goes in
organizations,
one
defund
direction.
the police,
But I'm curious
all
now
those orgs.
what y'all think.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does feel like, from the right wing's perspective, that a Rubicon was crossed. I mean, John Doyle had a viral tweet yesterday where he said, "You just killed the last person in America that wanted to change your mind," and that's just the common sentiment you're seeing on the right. Is they're saying, "This was the olive branch. This was the off ramp. This was the pathway back to civil discourse," and they chewed it up and shot the man who was pushing that. So,
And
again, yeah.
I just want to, I think everyone understands this. Charlie didn't think this was going to happen.
Right.
He's had conversations about the fears of threats to his safety, but this was a man that so believed in the goodness of this country, despite the violence we had seen, that he was going out in public doing these events because, of course, none of us thought this was possible.
Yeah, I said this today on PCC. Like, one of the things that's really frustrating, at least to me personally, is in my mentions and stuff, replies on X, because I've been tweeting up a storm about the whole situation, like retweeting stuff. There's a lot of people that say, "Oh, because I made a remark yesterday about, I want the feds to use their authority and actually treat these people as if they're insults." And people are like, "Oh, well, what happened to the First Amendment? What happened to the First Amendment?" The First Amendment was Charlie.
Yep.
Right? Like Charlie was the guy that wanted to go and speak and use persuasion. Well, the left doesn't want that, clearly. Like they don't want to hear other opinions. So I'm not the First Amendment guy. I'm the guy that comes after him. I want the feds to do something. I want the government to. And I don't care when people tell me, "Oh, if you let the feds do something, they're going to do it to you when they're already gonna." Like if the Democrats get back into power, they're already going to throw people in jail. They're already going to change the laws to punish conservatives. Now, I know there are people around the table that disagree with me, and that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, the right and people on the right have been treated as second-class citizens for at least 10 years. That it has been where if you go out wearing a MAGA hat, you risk getting beat up for wearing clothes. This is something that has been the norm for people on the right, and I'm just tired of it. So now that the right has the office of the presidency, has the Congress, has the Senate, I want the government to go after the people that are attacking people over their politics. This is terrorism. The whole point of shooting Charlie was to shut the right up, make the right afraid to speak their mind.
Yeah.
It's terrorism.
It was
Very
done
simple.
with a written message on the weapon they found, and it was done in the most public way possible.
Yep.
They've demonstrated that having critiques of abortion and gay marriage or transgenderism, the punishment for that is death. There's a segment of the country that has demonstrated that is what that warrants. There's no going back. There is. How do you possibly handle that?
I just think that if Charlie somehow were given any foresight that this was going to happen, he wouldn't have changed a thing.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that the solution isn't just more speech, although that is going to be the consequence. And I'm glad that people are going to feel emboldened to speak out because of this. The solution, more importantly, is a spiritual one. And people are coming to realizations that would have taken years, many more years, for them to come to in the span of just a day or 2 days. And one of them is
people are
that
feeling
we're
something that they haven't felt for a while, especially the conjoined right.
Very real spiritual warfare that's going on all around us and inside us that's mostly invisible, but yesterday it was visible.
Perhaps the most radicalizing thing I could imagine was the killing of Charlie Kirk.
Was Trump the one that said it that he was a martyr, the perfect martyr?
I don't know. Did Trump say that?
What is the job of a martyr? What does a martyr do?
I don't.
Martyr inspires people.
Yeah, and so he becomes a symbol.
Yeah. Trump said he's a martyr for truth and freedom.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it remains to be seen because, I mean, you're speaking of violence, begetting violence, and the possibility of civil war erupting or continuing, getting worse. Maybe that's not what's going to happen.
So watching the news today, seeing the DNC had been I think they evacuated over a bomb threat was deemed to be not credible. Reports of shootings at universities.
That's a new one.
That's what civil war looks like.
It's a robot.
That's what social collapse and governmental collapse or revolution. That's what instability looks like. People, I make this point quite a bit, but they think it's all movies.
There are no fronts. You mean there's no attacks en masse.
Everybody, there will be some, but if you take a look at the Syrian Civil War, I've worked with people who are on the ground there who showed me their work. I did not go on the ground, although we tried. I actually tried getting a crew to go in. That's a crazy story. And so some of the people we worked with, in one instance, one of the circumstances, it was two guys with rifles hidden up in the back of a building in a standard market area, shooting people who walked by. They were a rebel faction that were attacking people deemed to be loyalists, or government actors, agents, or otherwise. So they were in an area that was controlled by the enemy, and it was just two guys. And so you're walking down the street, you're going to the market, and then all of a sudden you hear bangs. You have no idea where they're coming from, and people are falling. And when I turn on the TV, and every few minutes they're reporting some kind of conflict, shooting, bombing, things like that. I'm not saying that we're in civil war. I'm saying that's what you can expect. If we were to enter one, it will not be battlefronts marching towards each other. They're not going to say there's not going to be two groups that organize.
East Coast versus West Coast, or
Congress,
anything North versus South.
The People's Republic and the
They don't have
Liberty.
skirmishes. You mean there's no skirmishes type of thing?
Skirmishes will happen, but it's not going to be the North and the South. That's not what civil wars look like. And Americans are plagued by our history into believing that's what a civil war is. But the issue was you had in the American Civil War sovereign states that were debating with each other, and those sovereign states had armies, and they could negotiate as power structures amongst each other. The factions already existed. In almost every single civil war ever, random factions emerge in various areas. Partisans, it's not a unified front in any meaningful way. That's like Syria, for instance, or Spain, or Russia. And so what we're likely to see now, after everything we've seen, and I'm going to stress this again, as I've said every time, the time travel test, I call it, go back 10 years and tell people where we are today. Someone will have shot the president in the head. Fortunately, by turning it, it would have only grazed his ear. Another man will have gone to his golf club, his golf course, aiming a rifle, trying to kill him. That trial ongoing now. That there would have been the January 6th, the storming of the Capitol, the riots, the protests, the George Floyd riots, the firebombing of St. John's Church and the White House, the January 6th committee, the arrest of Donald Trump, the prosecution of Donald Trump, the accusations of insurrection and sedition, etc., the 21 years in prison for the Proud Boys. If you went back 10 years, and every day this story gets crazier. If you went back 10 years and said, here's 10 years in the future, nobody would believe you. And the funny thing about it is, the proof is in that 6 months ago, I shouldn't say nobody believed me, but 6 months ago, people thought, I hope you're wrong, Tim. There are people that told me it couldn't happen. 2 years ago, they said, Tim's crazy. He's screaming civil war. And today, many of the general predictions that I made have happened, up to one of the worst moments I couldn't possibly imagine, that I didn't think was possible, but was implied in what we were discussing. And what I fear next, because I can see these videos that people are posting about Charlie, I can see the images they're making of him. The images that I am not going to share on this show, but are easily found on YouTube, where they are putting up these cartoon images of Charlie Kirk. It says, debate this, with blood spraying from his neck. They are reveling, gloating, and these are not bots. These are real people celebrating the murder of a man who was engaged